All right.
Hello,
Hello.
hello.
This is the first edition of Ctrl+Ink+Del. The commentators on cast is going to be myself, Elixir, and
My name is Cliff. Hello, hello.
yeah,
How
we'll
you
be
doing tonight, Alexol?
pretty good, pretty good. I'm excited to
That's
cover,
good.
you know, the skill level. See, how much people are willing to compete now that this is one of the few tournaments that is going to have a prize pool. Platoon having no prizes and no money is it's enticing.
Heard that because of the prize pool, our skill level in the tournament is like relatively on the higher end. From what I've been told, it's a lot of like mid-level and some top level with a little bit of low level sprinkled in there. So I am
Yeah,
very excited to see these matches. They should be very entertaining and informative, especially from like a mid to low level perspective.
and low level could have a dark horse that could show up and go decently far, but for some of these teams, it may be slightly of an uphill battle.
It would be very interesting to see that happen.
Um, we should be getting started soon. Splatfest has just started, so some people may be in unskippable news hell right now.
That's totally understandable. When will Nintendo allow us to skip all news? Nintendo win. No, I'm joking. I mean, obviously eventful news. Eventful news, obviously you don't want to skip it, but
It's I think we got the best edition of how the news is structured right now.
I
You can
agree.
watch if you want, or you can just mash A and not pay attention.
And not pay
Like
attention.
most people.
Yeah, most people. I feel like most people do that. Yeah. I'm definitely guilty of that. I can say, with full confidence.
Yeah. Cliff and I will be covering rounds 1 through 3, going all the way to semis. On another note, while we're waiting for these teams to go and, get ready on Splat Zone, Crab Leg, Capital. What Splatfest team did you pick, or are you currently undecided, Cliff?
Currently undecided. I kind of completely forgot that actually there was a Splatfest tonight until my little brother came downstairs like an hour ago and was like, "What team did you pick?" And I was like, "Oh, there's a Splatfest tonight." No, I didn't pick anything yet. I guess I'll figure out what all my friends are doing.
I see.
Just pick one where I can play with them. I don't really. What was the Splatfest again?
It's what mode of transportation do you like the most, or you use to
Oh,
travel
okay.
for summer?
Very
It's
interesting.
land, sea, and air. So do you
Yeah,
drive everywhere, or do
got
you
it, got
take a
it.
plane, or
Um,
we're getting started
Okay,
now.
yeah, so very interesting here with the composition because that paintbrush is a very unpopular choice, especially among like mid to high level players. Like, it's a really interesting weapon because it holds a decent amount of space, but it's like, really weird. They already have a reef slider getting out here. It's really crazy.
Yeah, two people did go down, and Suhistic is now on the defensive within the first 30 seconds. This could be an indicator for things to come, but Rain is holding quite a strong Rain. Two
Oh, the
crabs
counter
coming
crab!
out.
Oh my god!
Which crab will win? Blue crab goes away.
And here, the yellow team really has to use all of their specials to their advantage so that they can get out of disadvantage. And they're really playing for their lives here, playing very smart, using all the specials in their arsenal to really take advantage of the most space that they can get here. Really playing slow, taking their time, letting the specials push for them, and using this wall to fight together. They're playing as a team, really, or in pairs, I would say. What did you say?
Yeah, it is. It's also pretty interesting that both sides seem to be using their dreads as kind of instant flip on the reef sliders, but the reef sliders themselves haven't been too effective so far.
Yeah, that is definitely one idea that you can do while using that reef slider dread. Oh, the two crabs come out. They're not looking at each other, thankfully, but they are existing. Oh, this crab's getting crazy value. Really flipping the zone for them, getting 2 kills.
this is a pretty close match. 2 minutes have gone by. Uh, what, Cliff? Exactly, what would these teams need to do in order to secure like a good lockout on splat zones?
Honestly, like, both of them really need to, like, prevent each other from getting crabs in really good positions, because this map is so, like, open, and because there are grates everywhere, like, they have to play for their life, they have to take fights that they only know that they can win, and they really have to play for their specials here so that they're not gonna get locked out, or in the alternative, like, on the flip side, so that they can keep people locked out. They want to be cycling those crabs, they want to be keeping as much pain on the floor as possible, throwing bombs in positions so that they can stop the opponents from getting in. And really, we are seeing kind of just that. Like, the crabs are mainly used for like keeping them out, and especially this sword is doing an amazing job of keeping the pencil at bay here. They're forced to go bottom right, which is not very favorable, especially for Pen. They like to sit on that top left side with all of their mobility and all of their. That is a crazy Zuka. What? I don't think I've met a single person who would give away their ink brush in a melee combat to a Zuka, you know?
Yeah, but these two teams are really, you know, going at each other. Because it seems to be kind of just a back and forth flipping. One team kind of goes down and gets locked out. And the other team kind of gets locked out. And I think this is going to be kind of a war of attrition for Splat Zone.
I honestly think that it's gonna be in I think it's gonna be in the hands of the crabs, in my opinion. Like, really just whichever crab gets more value, or or if their pencil player, the yellow team at least, if their pencil player happens to get like a pick or two to really just solidify and lock them out. Like, at this point in time, I think yellow just wins here. Like, they're locked out, yeah, like they're just dying, they're feeding and stuff like that. But yeah, like, it was really just a back and forth, and that game was all about the crab placement and all about like trying to lock the team out with the placement of that crab. And ultimately we did see Sudhistic, that pencil player and all of that sword player really they did really good in this map because of all of the like really long sight lines and easy places to paint, you know.
Yeah. Do you think that, you know, these two teams are gonna have some exciting matches, or do you think it's gonna be slightly one-sided from just what you saw?
I honestly think that it's gonna be really neck and neck. Like, the only reason that we didn't see the zone extended was because that pencil got a very key pick onto the crab, onto their backline, like, just making sure that they couldn't really get that zone secured. Otherwise, like, I feel like that game would have gone to overtime, like, no sweat, especially with the way that they were, like, interacting with each other earlier and the way that they were using specials, like, I definitely think, yeah, it would have been. And I am very interested to see what kind of compositions they run in not zones. Now that we're moving on to Umami, yeah, this map especially is very fast, so I'm interested to see if the pencil switches off to like edit because the other team's running edit, you know. Might be cool. Might be a cool thing. Especially like each of the comps is you know, pretty fast on their own. And especially like players are so like adaptable, so we'll see what happens, you know. What do you think is gonna happen, Alexa? What do you think? Do you think people will switch off, or do you think the pencil is here to stay?
I have a feeling that these two comps are kind of going to maybe keep their like anchors. They're more like weapons to take space, maybe change though as we get into play effects.
Interesting. Yo, the new rapid. Here we are. This is the good part, folks. This is the good part about getting that cooler rapid right there. Really seeing some diversity in that cooler slot. And on the other side, we see a complete switch from the Dread to Dualies and Carbon. Like, it's really interesting. Like, especially because I told you this map is very fast paced, so and that blaster getting a lot of poke out here. Like, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Both sides have one down. Dread on Sudhistic just went down. Paintbrush on Sudhistic went down. This seems to be trying to take some good space, but right now it's both sides are kind of keeping a strong hold on kind of the map, trying to see if they can get the right hits.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. That Paintbrush had just the correct amount of range, and that's the thing is like, Paintbrush especially, like, its range is so deceptive. Like, it has a lot more range than you really think it would. Especially for, like, a brush and a melee weapon like that. It's like, I don't know, like, why they would pick it, but, like, it's pretty cool, you know, to see it in like, a competitive setting, like, really shining.
Leo comes out,
Oh, what the fuck?
and try to get a pick. Carbon got them. I've got a little lost for words seeing that Carbon just kind of
No, literally.
Oh, and
I was like, where did the Carbon come from? Oh, no! Oh, are they... Okay, I was like, the time hasn't elapsed and they hadn't gotten any points. That was just a big mid-fight, and if that is to... Because, like, again, like what I said last time, like, these teams are very close in terms of, strength, I feel. Like, they are really neck and neck, and it's crazy. And, like, especially there, they just barely broke out of mid. I don't know, the blue team, I think it was? I don't recall what their name was because I'm not looking at anything.
It's
but
the team I believe is Rain.
Okay.
I think we're doing color lock, so
Oh, okay, cool.
Alpha is always.
That's good for me. That's good for me.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
But the DC rules for this tournament,
are they the same as other tournaments?
Yes, 50 points and.
Or 2 minutes?
2 minutes and 30.
Oh, okay. So it's super lenient. Yeah.
I don't recall. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
2.5 minutes. Still halfway through the match, 50 points.
Yeah, that's honestly a good thing in my opinion. Because it's so unfortunate when you disconnect, like, and it always feels so horrible. Like, I know that everyone's been in that situation before. Or maybe your internet has just got tier, you know, whatever.
Really, you know, really screw you over on like in an important set and eliminate you. But this is a best of 5 set, so right now both teams still have a good chance to still learn each other.
I'm very excited to see where this goes. Oh, the skirmish here at mid.
Immediate fight once on both sides go down, and it goes down. Both sides have lost their cooler. Both sides still kind of just running at it.
Ooh.
Rain is now down, and looks like Statistic may be trying to get themselves set up.
You know, oh, huge kill on the crab. They really, Statistic really wasting no time at all to really put their foot down here as the edit gets killed so they can take space kind of for free, because the edit, like, the edit is really the only weapon on their comp that stops the yellow team from, like, just running at them, and just holding as much space as possible, especially if their edit's really good, you know, like, look at it hitting shots. It unfortunately goes down to that 2K.
This seems to be playing Statistic playing at a slightly faster pace than Rain. Rain is kind of on the back foot, but no team has quite scored yet. As I say that,
you had to open your mouth.
of course, guy had to go play its thing. Two people do go down, and right now it seems like no more points are going to score. They just push.
Yeah, like, at what point does it, like, fall off in value to just score a claim as opposed to holding it? That is crazy. 3 go down on the side of Statistic here, and I think we're gonna see like, if we get enough clams here, we might see a score, or the Rapid Blaster will protect this basket. It's really, you can't, it's anyone's game here, folks. Like, this is all over the place here. Oh, and that sword really
AoE did get people.
Yeah.
And everyone's kind of having to back up. Statistic immediately going on the offensive. I'm really loving how well these two teams are really chasing their aggression.
I completely agree with you. Every single time one of them gets like a pick, like a key pick, or like gets a couple down, like they take as much space as physically possible. Like it is really nice to see like such fast-paced gameplay. At least in my opinion, I really like how fast this game is. It's nothing like anything else, you know?
Yeah. Paintbrush is set up. Pops Yuka, do they any value? Unfortunately not, and Kara with that backwards smash.
Oh, the way I thought those I thought they were both like that. I could have sworn, honestly. Really fishing for that crab here. Yeah. I wonder if they'll invest the crab here, even though they've used the booyah. Okay, cool. They only really have... Oh my god. Crab's crazy. Come on. Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
push dart, 80 points. Teams on
Oh,
Rain are
so
kind of
close.
going down. I think this may be the end of the push, giving a free pity clam to Sufistic, who will hold on to the end of the game. This could really still be anyone's game though, with these 2 point values being so close to each other.
And that's what I'm saying. Like these teams are just like band for band, really. Like they're like really just like all of them are trading. Like it's crazy. And until they get like those very key picks, like it's gonna be like a mid hellscape, really, in my opinion. Like, ooh, these poor people. The
Rain
Dread gets
3
two?
Carmen try and find one. Carmen does find the clams, but unfortunately that was, I think, the only person on their team that live until everyone did come back up and respawn.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like you see in the bombs there, like they're really keeping their space so they should throw in bombs, farming for specials. Like they haven't really interacted with the yellow team yet, and they're still farming for crab. I feel like, and there's Spooler. And here comes Booyah, and here's the crab. Yep, they were really keeping their space and farming for specials, but it's unfortunate because the yellow team was doing the exact same thing.
60 points on the board.
Oh!
Points are slowly taking down for Sophistic. Rain is going to need a really clutch push in these last 30 seconds. I think they can do it, but it's going to really be a test of which team has the better strategy in this ending bit.
I completely agree with that there. Like they're either gonna like just trade until the timer runs out, or this purple team really needs to lock in. Rain needs to lock in here, use their specials to really take space, and it looks like they're doing just that. Unfortunately, the Camarilla runs directly to that sword, and the sword is doing an amazing job of like just keeping them off here, like really running through here. And I think we're gonna see the game is over. Wow. Sudistic, that sword player really running through the enemy team. They saved the basket in the previous push too, if you had paid attention. That's a really, really close game, Just like last time, but Sudistic kind of looks like they're just holding on to, like control just a little bit better. But it also might be just like a little bit of, special usage, I feel. What do you think, Elixol?
Yeah. I'm gonna be real. My brain checked out halfway through your monologue.
Okay, cool. let me start over for you. No. I was just saying, like, that sword player really like putting in the work there, getting like a bunch of extra kills there at the end of the game, really shining there. Because they had prevented the previous push from Rain, and also the very ending push, and like getting that clam in the basket in overtime to end the game. Like, I was just like commenting on the fact that like the sword player was like really good and doing really good, especially right towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I get what you mean now. Yeah, that last Stamper gameplay, I think was a little like I don't say ballsy. I mean, I feel like they could have just stalled out maybe the overtime timer because that's only 15 seconds. But securing that securing that point and ending overtime, I think was a good play, given that they were able to see the opportunity to kind of just run in.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. I think the answer is for sure ending overtime there. Like just barely, and it was the thing you do where you hold the clam until like overtime starts and then you throw it at the basket so that the game's gonna end immediately, as opposed to like throwing the clam in and opening the basket early and then you need another clam to go get it. Like that's just a mess.
Yeah, because in that brief moment, your whole team could wipe all of a sudden. You just have
and then you lose the game because this is mid-high level. So yeah, again with their aggro, I'm believing that this the blaster player will stay on this blaster. Yeah, because especially on this. Oh my god, a sploosh here. This is crazy, guys. These comps are insane. No, do we think that this sploosh team will really do good? Yo, that pro is ugly with the triple special charge up. That should not be a thing. But like, do we think the Carbon Roller is gonna like really shine here because this map is so close, or do we think the sploosh team here is the sploosh in their bats already? What is happening?
Yeah, Sploosh is already in their bats. Sploosh kind of just beelined in for opening, which is a very interesting play, but
And
I
also
think
the
it
fact
may
that
get
nobody saw
value.
that. Oh, the Carbon Roller's just behind them.
Yeah, the Sploosh and
Sploosh,
Carver, I think, are going to be playing very similar roles for both sides. Carver
yeah.
is trying to poke out the ledge. I'm able to have that quite in range. Does avoid Zuka for one of them and gets shot by the other Zuka. 3 down, and Rain is currently on the back foot, but mid territory is currently in Rain's favor.
The mini spotling pick here is super interesting and definitely one of my favorites. I think it's going to be picked a lot more here in the comps where we don't see pencil, where the backline doesn't paint as much. Like, it's such a good slot in, you know? Beacons are so good for your longevity, like in terms of like keeping map pressure up, and then Zuka, obviously, you can't go wrong with Zuka, right guys? Like, it's Zuka.
Zuka meta when it's not in Zuka anymore.
No, for real.
Um,
No, but even though it's not meta, it's still valid and overpowered.
This Rain Stamper is trying to find a pick. Unfortunately, this hits 2, but does not actually hit anyone. Sploosh finds that follow-up, and everyone on Rain is down, and that could be a giving Suhistic free reign on Rain's bats.
Pun intended? No? Okay, sorry.
I don't know what pun that was supposed to be. I was kind of saying lots of words.
That's a... No.
Oh!
Oh, a wipeout! I guess we weren't paying attention.
This Sploosh is really, I think, doing numbers on Rain. I don't think they were expecting it.
Yeah, I think you're right about this, yeah.
But with lead swap, Rain now has to play a lot more aggressive, but not overheat, which may be a little hard because it is character control, which means that pathing is slightly predictable. Sploosh does find 2, I was like, and Sploosh is
going
just being
crazy.
a rat.
No, for real. Like, are you having? I bet you're having so much fun right now. That was very greedy. I will say that Kool-Aid was very greedy. They did obviously respond because they had cooler, but I still think that was like really greedy there. I don't really know what else to say other than that. I can't find another adjective to describe what that play was like, but...
Well, I mean, I think they was able to take it because they had their Frozen able to play support. And Frozen, I think, is a really good support weapon. Risk will speak on that now. Displaces slightly, but unfortunately, all Rain is still kind of holding mid right now. But Statistic really doesn't really need to do anything. It's Simpson.
This Sploosh is running over the enemy team. Literally, yeah. Yeah. And like, this meta, especially like you were saying pro is a really good support. Like this meta really likes supports that can like flex to fight and you know, like Dread, Pro, Julie, stuff like that that can just kind of like also paint the floor but also have like really good fighting power. Or at least semi-decent fighting power, you know?
Yeah. Rain trying to pop out a lot of specials, trying not really special cycling, but kind of just all at once. Unfortunately, all their specials did get burned and no value really was gotten. So Histic, all they really need to do is kind of just hold mid for the last remaining minute, but that could be a risky
What is Zuka? What are we doing? Why did we pop Zuka at nothing in the middle of nowhere?
Maybe they have some strategy that we just don't know about.
I was very okay, but their feet weren't painted, and like they don't have like a clear target. Like I was very concerned about whether or not they would actually live that interaction. You know, if people took advantage of the fact that they were just sitting there. But fortunately for them, that did not happen.
Yeah, and this mini is
Mini
kind of
is
just
insane. No, it's literally tearing it up.
everyone.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
It's almost feels like it's an edit with the way it kind of just ran through Rain's team.
A little bit. I will say, but like a faster one with less range. You know.
Yeah, Rain now has possession over tower, and Rain is going to have to place very coordinated in order to get this 4-point difference in order to get this lead swap. Wait, did I do the math right? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but it's okay.
And
Because
they did do it!
because they get it right in overtime, and unfortunately, Sadistic dies right there, right at the end. So, um, congratulations, great score, great score. Yes. The game continues. We like to see more games, more games, more games, more games. And I think we were kind of right on the money there with this the Carbon Roller really doing a number there, despite the fact that Sploosh and Mini Splatling were really tearing it up. I think that they like had some, range issues, some like kill time issues, especially with that edit Splatling. Like they were just losing fights to things that had more range or things that killed faster than them. Like it was just unfortunate.
Yeah, but with the next map being Rainmaker and Scorch Gorge, I think the Sploosh pick could still be a valid strategy because
It's pretty valid. I think it's pretty. Sploosh on Rainmaker is actually, if you didn't know this, Sploosh actually out damages Wellstring on Shield, which is kind of insane to think about considering how oppressive Wellstring is. But the reason Wellstring is oppressive is because it has that amount of object damage at range. But yes, Sploosh is like one of the only weapons in the game that out damages Wellstring on Shield. Why do I know this? Because I play Wellstring. Like because I play.
that's very interesting. I don't know if anyone is a Wellstring player. But you know, with
I'm not a Wellstring player, but I'm like an anchor player that like has Wellstring as like a secondary.
Yeah. But as for these teams, I'm not sure if their anchors have flex to Wellstring because Wellstring is such a niche pick and it is outside of Cooler.
It is outside of Cooler, I will agree with that, but I think that the fact that they have like a mini Splatling player or like someone who's like familiar with Splatlings might give them the chance or the possibility to switch onto it. I will say that it's definitely a lot, especially with but this map is actually really good for beacons, so they could go Coolerless because beacons are so good on this map. Especially if they're set up correctly and like the enemy team doesn't like, kill them. Smile. We could possibly see that. It's certainly a possibility. I wouldn't like count on it. I wouldn't stake my life on the fact that we're about to see a Wellstring come from this Blaster player, but hey, they're not playing Pencil, So or they chose to not play Pencil on maps where like Pencil is like pretty okay or kind of good, especially on like Umami, because I think Pencil's pretty good on Umami. It just like, okay. Whoa, Range Blaster! Range Blaster what? What is that comp?
Oh, they're playing the no weaknesses Dynamo. Wow.
And the claws. Oh my god, guys, this is crazy. They said quad midline and they meant it. I really like. I want to see this quad midline comp like really pop off, but I also want to see the Carbon Runner run over all of them because they're playing quad midline.
I mean, I have a feeling if the midlines kind of stick together, they won't.
I mean, they are. They're
Marvin.
playing together. Like, they're playing together. They're doing relatively perfect. Like, they're playing almost perfectly here. Like, and despite, like, and it's just that pressure is crazy. Like you just don't. That Dynamo really has no weaknesses. Like, what can I say?
Dynamo did get 2, and everyone is kind of exploding on side of Rain. This is a interesting fight happening between Suhistic and Rain on this right elbow, and I think Suhistic is going to just kind of run it forward. I just had to put my mouth, didn't I?
You did. Yeah, every time you talk, it's commentator's curse. You gotta stop talking.
Yeah, but how can I do the play-by-play if I don't talk?
No talking. No, not you. No. But yeah, so like again, like this blue team here like is like really trying to take back control of mid. Oh, here comes the Zuka. Oh no. You can talk. It was just
two specials coming out from Rain. Try to take some space, but no one was able to be fast enough to kind of take that. Carbon is trying to run forward, gets 1, does not get 2, unfortunately. Claus does get that RNG shot, and
Claus is gambling and it's winning the lottery, folks. Like
that, I don't know if that blue should have been in there. That was just a wild shot. Claus does get 2 more, one pick and 1 assist. Carbon, I think, was trying to do something cheeky, but at this level of play, it's a little harder to,
do something
on
cheeky.
people's Yeah.
An aptitude, telling on people's like a lack of awareness. Yeah.
With the low level, I think is definitely there, but I think these two teams do not play like a low level way.
No, these are mid for sure. Like mid for sure. Like especially we've seen like Sudistic's adaptability here, like really switching on to like basically whatever they want. And that especially the cooler player, like being amendable to so many different cooler options, and that's why we love seeing so much diversity in cooler weapons, you know, because I hate pencil with a passion, you know. I'd rather play like Wellstring or this blaster, you know, it would be so cool. Oh my god, Crab and
comes
Zuka.
Out. Zuka, I don't think did get anyone. Zuka did get punished. Rain is 2 down. Mid control is still in control of Rain, but that could change with all these picks happening from Suhistic's side. Suhistic is kind of running it down, and not really. I think they're just kind of playing it slow right now because they don't really need to.
Yeah, they don't need to do anything right now. Like, Sudistic can just control their space, you know. I mean, getting a better lead is oh yeah, you just killed their backliner. Go, guys! Come on! Oh my god!
Kraken gets 1, does Kraken get 2? Kraken gets 2! Kraken
player is insane.
And you know, I think
see now at this point in time, yeah, this is kind of looking like a wrap. I think, yeah, at this point in time now, you take the Rainmaker, you make sure that they can't pop, or you get it in some places super hard. Like you could just sit here all day. The enemy has to come to you, and you're playing quad mid line, right? So like, realistically,
Suhistic did get, I think, a little greedy, trying to keep the Rainmaker in Rain's control, and it may be a little bit risky with the fact that, you know, at that point now, they kind of just have to get a team fight on their side, or they just keep throwing bodies.
Or they're just, yeah, you know, I guess Zombie Comp is alive in quad mid line. Amazing job getting that, to Dynamo vertical flick.
Yeah, that's
yeah, what I was gonna say is like amazing team from those two really cornering that sword player to death.
Yeah, does Carbon run it down?
Carbon runs out of ink. Carbon runs out of ink. Right there.
You did foreshadow, you know, maybe Carbon goes and runs down the mid lines, and you know, they did slightly do that.
I wanted to see Carbon really just run it down and like destroy all of them, but it's gonna prove really difficult here, especially. Uh-oh, that sword. Oh, and it's just so unfortunate. Really, they had to play a lot more passive than that, and those mid lines just got through their defenses, and it's just a wrap, you know.
Yeah, the Rainmaker did get pinched at the end, having a Dynamo on the right side and a Stamper on the left. Just you eat shots
like, what are you gonna
from one
do,
side,
you know?
or eat shots from another, and at that point, it's a little hard.
It's just a wrap, yeah. No, the amazing showing from both teams, actually. I loved the quad mid line, you know. It was super interesting to see, especially like the flexibility from that cooler player, and I'm very interested to see how they like, you know, get better, or what more cooler weapons they play during the rest of the tournament, you know.
Looks like that is the end of the set. We are going to be moving on to round 2. Round 2 will be covering...
Who is it? Tell me.
We may be following Suhistic's climb.
Again?
Potentially.
Oh! Ooh. Oh, I like Teto a lot, though. Wait. Well, we'll see whether or not, we'll see if Teto can pull out the win here. Teto enjoyers, you know, you gotta have the Vocaloid representation. You gotta, you know. In this space, what else are you gonna have?
Yeah. Well, it looks like the staff are trying to build a storyline, I think maybe around Suhistics, and then depending on how it goes, we may branch to following another one, or, you know, You never know. It's interesting.
Can they make does Sudistic make the cut, or does Teto like win?
Yeah. Um. You s- you mentioned something about Teto. Do you have a preference of a Teto versus Miku debate?
So personally, I actually just like Luca. Um, I am a Luca enjoyer. I don't like Miku and Teto are kind of on the same. I mean, obviously Miku's so classic and like her voice is amazing. But one of my favorite Vocaloid songs of all time is the Vocaloid is Teto. So, um, I don't really have a bias. Do you have a bias, Alexol?
I mean, I really do like Miku, but like the weird thing is like probably the one of the most, I guess, brain riot song is a Teto song, because I sometimes do just like listen to like the Tetris remake or the Tetris cover sung by Teto, because it's very catchy, and the animation that goes
Exactly.
along with it is very funny. It's just all Teto does during the cover is just spin.
Yeah, Teto's voice is my favorite of all the Vocaloids in my opinion, but Luca is my favorite, hands down, hands down.
Yeah. Looks like we will be covering this on first match of round 2 is going to be on Splats on Coin Dime. We've seen a little bit of what Duhistic has done, and at this point, I don't really know what they're going to run, because
I honestly think it's gonna be the pencil here, especially on like this map. Like this map, especially with all the long hallways and stuff like that. The pencil is really good for just like keeping pain on the floor and keeping pressure on the enemy, especially because mid is like just long enough to the point where pencil reaches across it, like with relative ease. But not to the point where it's like overpowering. So I think that's what we're gonna be seeing here, and especially like that sword player hasn't changed from swords, so pencil sword. But the other two, I think if it's zones, then we're definitely gonna see the dread back. Um, Otherwise, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what the fourth one is. Not from just thinking and just seeing 3 of their games, you know, 4 of their games with only one of them being zones. Did they have a shooter player the first time we were on the Crab Leg game? Do you remember?
I don't recall. I think they had a Kraken shot, but I don't know if that was on Rain or
I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think that they
Houston.
would have. They didn't have. No, they didn't have Kraken shot on Rain, but I don't think they would have Kraken shot on the map with all those grades.
Maybe.
You know?
Oh yeah, I think
Just because, yeah,
Statistic ran like Dread, Paintbrush,
Oh,
Pencil.
paintbrush! That was it. That was it. Yes, yes, the wacky paintbrush. We might see that again because that was the paintbrush actually did really good in terms of like playing with its teammates and really like taking space with that wall for its team. You know, even though it's like more supportive and more like more paint, especially like that dread player.
Yeah, I mean, Paintbrush doesn't really play like a traditional brush, but it still has lots of, you know, lethal damage if you get too close to it.
Yeah.
Um, but we're still kind of waiting on both sides to kind of get into the room. Um, and we don't know anything about. I don't really know anyone from this Teto Enjoyers, Matt, Cap, Grill, or Saturn. So it's gonna be a bit of a wild card on the Teto Enjoyers. But I feel like this could still be, you know, a interesting
A
matchup.
nail biter. A nail bite, just
Yeah.
like the last one. That's the hope, at least, is
I mean,
that everything is like that, you know?
yeah, but it's kind of just like a vibe check kind of thing. It's just like it.
Mhm,
Yeah, I
mhm, mhm.
feel like it is gonna be, but don't actually know.
All
We
right,
are
all
gonna
right.
get
So
started.
Sudistic is in the different color this time, but and very interesting carbon comp here. Yep, there's that tried and true It was the other dread, it was the crab dread, but that is what I thought would happen. Not the paintbrush though, so it's interesting to see the blaster. But with the geometry on this map, I can totally understand why they pick it here. Oh, and that carbon just goes down. This is really looking bad when the main aggro of your comp is already dead in the first 10 seconds of the game. Yeah.
It is slightly maybe disadvantaged to Tedinjor since Sophistic already did get some experience fighting against the Carbon team last round.
Yeah.
Crab does get come out. Crab gets one. Crab looking to find another pick. Helps with one, and you know, really trying to just pressure out this zone. This is kind of oh, zone. I already thought they were.
Well, it's Junior Splash. It's Junior Splash, and it's just one dread, you know? As much as I want to believe that they could have gotten it, that Carbon Roller really runs them over there. That, I guess, yeah, ha ha ha. We're about to see Azuka here. I wonder how good it's gonna be.
Azuka comes out, finds an assist, does not find anyone. Carbon trying to run in, finds one.
Whoa.
Carbon maybe trying to find a pick, but interesting jump out.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they have cooler and stuff. Yeah, they still got out. That's crazy. Oh, wow. See, like, Sudistic really is just like getting a taste of their own medicine here with the lockouts and the forcing them to do specials and needing to win fights and stuff like that. Like they're, it's interesting. It's very interesting. And now they're running out of time here. This is their last-ditch effort here. And the edit is just. The edit is holding stable on zone. They're getting two here. We might see the zone flip, but the edit is doing everything in its power not to get it flipped here. But I do think we're gonna see it flipped here. Yeah. Oh, and the bubble comes up. Oh, it's their bubble. Wait, what?
I do think both sides have decent burst paint, but it's I think
the yellow side.
Yeah, Teto has slightly more burst paint, but it could be interesting. Splash trying to find one, and unfortunate DC on side Sophistic once again. Unfortunately, DC rules do now apply, so they do have to play it out. But this could be a bad indicator for things to come if this Wi-Fi is like this for 2 sets in a row.
Yeah. I do think that like their chances of winning like weren't 0. Like I think they actually had like a decent chance of trying to stabilize again and trying to get them locked out, because when Teto and Joyers were like locked out, it was really difficult. Like they were suffering a lot and they were just dying, you know, kind of on repeat. But then they got a lucky break by killing someone, and then all of a sudden like they just got behind. Like literally they didn't even, the Junior and the Splash just walked behind them and capped the zone. And then all of a sudden all of their structure falls away, you know, because everything's behind you. And it's unfortunate they had a DC, but I don't foresee that they that it probably would have gone the other way though, had the DC not happened.
I see.
Sorry if my English is fluent here. Sorry, I'm very bad at English. If you understood what I've said, otherwise, you know, sorry.
I think that part comes with commentary, because sometimes your mind is running a million miles per hour, and you're just trying to figure out what words need to come out in what order. And I still sometimes mess up on the order of operations for words, and I like say half-baked sentences or cut myself off mid-sentence. It's not too surprising.
Yeah, you know, English is so hard, you know, like it's such a difficult language. But yeah. So like I personally don't know if it if the outcome would have been different had the DC not happened, but I think that it certainly was a possibility. But again, like with them like not farming for specials and just taking fights that they were losing, like it's very difficult to say what they could have done in that situation, you know.
Yeah.
What?
We are moving on.
This map is in the map list? Oh, it's Clam Blitz. Okay.
Yeah.
The way I was about to be like, what is happening? No, Clam Blitz is definitely the only playable mode on this map, so kudos. Props for that.
Our TOs did, you know, really scrutinize a lot of weapons, because Butters does play at the like higher end of the competitive ladder, so they're more familiar with what's considered viable and not. And on other parts of our team, like our TO staff, we have other people across the whole competitive ladder to help with the scrutinizing of map choices.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yes, that makes sense to me.
Um, but this,
Yeah.
I mean, this could
It's
be really
really just an
anything.
interesting map choice, because like if one team picks E-Leader, like the map is like unfun and unplayable, but then all of a sudden if the E-Leader dies, then like their whole team like structure just falls apart, you know?
I feel like that's not always the case though, because I feel like when you fight against an E-Leader, if you somehow manage to pick a Rapid, I think Rapid has a good chance to poke around like the hidey hole wall.
Rapid is an insanely good counter to chargers in general. Like, and that's why I think it's super like good to have like have it in the cooler slot, you know. Just for the oh, there's the pencil. Okay, pencil edit carbon. Yep. Oh, the paintbrush is coming back. The paintbrush is coming back, and they switched off sword onto a faster, more longevous like wiper. Here is really the goal is to like extend their fights and really stay out of the range of that splash and that carbon and like the junior, no, everything except for the edit, like they outrange all of them. So they really, again, we're gonna hope to see some the flexibility here from Sadistic as Teto enjoyers use all of their specials, and we're getting clams. But they have coolers, so we hope the open is fast.
I think there was a little bit of unfortunate side on side Teto enjoyers. They were setting up their junior to go and have the +7 clams, and the junior did get picked off. Both sides are kind of fighting over mid right now. 2 power clams on the side of Sadistic. A little, I think, risky right now, but this could be anything. Both sides looking to maybe find a pick. Not sure.
Oh, so close to getting that kill.
Viper has their hammer ready. Junior has their bubble. Both sides are trying to get themselves set up. Hammer kind of ran down
the double jump.
And Carbon is unable to find that pick.
Yeah, this Carbon blows stuff out. I mean, it makes sense. Like, you know.
Very map
Carbon?
Right
Yeah. Oh, it killed him on the crab! Oh, the crab bomb. The Teto enjoyers rolled the bomb on the bottom of that crab, and it killed the player who was sitting next to the crab.
Yeah. With Tater Joints now scoring clams, they're going to try to take some new space. Junior does get punished. Power clamp, they run that in. They did get it. 30 points on the board. Potentially, after this push is over, Sadistic may want to hold on to 3 power clamps, or try to figure out what to do with a bunch of clamps.
I definitely feel like trying to get as many power clamps as possible is the correct play here. Like, you know, whoa, what is it called? God. Like, they're doing a really good job here. Like, really pushing back into this team. That crab's gonna clean them out for sure, but you know, it was a valiant push.
Sadistic still has an opportunity with that pity clamp. 2 minutes still left. 2 sides on Teto going down. Mid control is in Sadistic. This is potentially the start of another push for Sadistic. Hammer comes out, 1-for-1 trade, and Edit cannot find anyone else. Edit looks like they're just trying to hold the position right now.
And, yeah.
Pity clamp.
Ooh, pity? What? What's the play there? I think especially if you're this Teto, especially if you're Teto enjoyers here, you could probably, I mean, I wouldn't say you want to hold, because your weapons are made to push and take space, so you probably want to take as much space as possible, but like, not to the point where y'all are like dying on repeat, you know, oh, this bubble here can really win the game. It could have. Oh, wait.
There's fine.
Maybe I won't force
Those
them.
power clams, yeah, they got
Yeah.
5 extra points. New pity clam for Suhistic. And Suhistic, I think, still has a chance to come back, but they're gonna have to really find the good team fights and get these picks. Carbon may be a weapon to shut them down, as everyone else is kind of painting up on Tails.
Yeah, like they really can't find them. That's the pick that they needed there. Personally, I think that they like this kill on the Carbon is really gonna let them push in here, and these missiles are gonna let them push in, and they really need to use all of their specials wisely as they're taking space here. And I think it's the Carbon, like the kill on the Carbon, is exactly what they need to get in here. And it's happening. People, we might see a comeback. I opened my mouth, but like it's certainly a possibility. This is neck and neck, guys. Oh, the poor pencil player. Oh, tried to get a power clam there. Unfortunately, they were one off. It's so unfortunate when that happens, right? Like, you know how you feel.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Just barely losing here.
Suhistic still has a chance to get that 15-second overtime, but oh, they scored early.
Oh, they're sending the game. Overtime. Yeah, they want that knockout. I don't think you get more points for that, but like they wanted the knockout there.
They could have, just waited until overtime to start, but
the correct play is to wait until overtime starts, but they
they
don't care.
They wanted points.
Yeah. They want the emotional trauma of a knockout.
Yeah, this is 1 point away for Tato Endures, 3 points away for Suhistic. Suhistic will need to have a reverse sweep. Tato Endures just needs to score one more match in order to just win this set. The underdog is Suhistic, but
yeah.
For any set, it really is just. It's not over until the set is over sometimes.
Yeah, and I think especially with like the way that they've been playing in this game, I think they just need to find their groove here, and they could really make a comeback here. Like it's totally possible. It's so possible. Ooh, Rainmaker. I love this map, especially this map. This is the best Rainmaker map in the whole game, guys. Look at this. What do you think about that? What's your favorite Rainmaker map, Elixir?
I don't really think too much about that because
I
just play on whatever.
Had empty play Rainmaker.
I mean, one of the two weapons I really play is the anchor spot, which is just like you play on whatever you're given, you can just paint floor good and don't die. And the other weapon I play is like the QR sword, so I don't think again in the opposite way and just run in and die. So I don't really have a brain for most of these map modes.
Yeah. That's fair, certainly. I'm a filthy Wellstring player, so I love Rainmaker so much, Oh, they DC'd. Wow. I think you were right here about the future, the really setting the precedent. Yo, the edit! Oh yes, finally picking up the pace here. It's unfortunate that they had a DC. I think that last slot has to be like Dread, like maybe Crab Dread. Crab Dread would actually be pretty good. Is what I predict. That would be really good to slot into that composition, especially for the speed and the paint. Like, that edit is gonna may or may not. I don't know. I really like Cosmo's gameplay is very adaptable, so they could be good at this edit, or alternatively they're like we have to lock the fuck in, and I have to play a weapon that I'm good at, or like I have to flicks to this weapon because we're getting overrun. Whatever it may be. Edit's really good at preventing Carbon, Junior, weapons that like have little range or can't paint for themselves from really running at them. So as long as the edit really locks out the enemy Carbon, I think it should be fine. That's a keyword though, is should, and this map is very sharky, and like enemies come from everywhere. So Paintbrush, yes,
mean, you know, it could work. They have lots of location. I think the main concern for Suhistic is
Lots
not
and
really the
lots.
composition, but making sure all their players are alive for the important stat.
The pop fight is funny. Sorry, I just watched all 8 players in a lobby like go for that pop instead of doing something, you know, productive.
Two people do
very
go down inside Suhistic. Crab comes out. Is looking to find one pick. Poking out a lot of damage, but does not get any more damage. 3 people going on left. One person did try to get some attention on the right.
Ooh, that
Did
bubble
get
saved their
flanched.
life there.
So
That's
this
poor Edit getting caught out of position. They're
so
just
this thing
running
is
it down.
immediately on the hard defense, hoping this hammer has value. He gets one.
Lucky you hit them against them. Oh my god!
Hammer
Running over that crab.
Hammer did not get canceled that time, and it was able to get 2. Rainmaker is still in possession of Tato.
Oh no!
Though. So
Oh my god.
that was really
that was
close.
scary. Yeah. Guys, can you tell I don't look at the UI? Can you tell?
Yeah.
No,
Cosmo is gonna have to maybe play slightly more defensive to prevent, you know, Rainmaker be in their half of the board.
Yeah.
Rainmaker finds one. 2 people on Pterodores. Pterodores could make a push right now if they are able to find the numbers and get there enough aggro and clean picks.
Oh, that pick on the edit there. But here comes the crab here, right around that corner. It's gonna set up, it's gonna, oh, that bubble. Man, all of these specials that just, like, deny so much space and stall so much time, like, Sudistic is running out of time here. Like, really, they're, like, look, they're at 14 seconds left, they just barely made it.
Zuka is out. No more specials on the side of Pterodores. Tato may have to just run it down. And they successfully did just run it down.
Yeah, again, their comp is made to, like, run at the enemy, especially with that carbon roller. You want to make sure that they're getting painted in and have enough paint and get taking a space, you know. All the good things.
Suhistic really, I think, is struggling with kind of bubble.
Max range.
Oh.
Wow, that's carbon. Really shutting down that hammer there. It's these 2 crazy kills, that max range flick, and the shutdown on that hammer. I think if I was playing carbon in this position, I would just, like, you know, cry and die.
Yeah, but it was very interesting that the carbon purposely got themselves located to draw attention and then just, like, run away.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see, like, such mastery of a roller, especially carbon, how large its reach is under ledges and just getting into places where it, like, really shouldn't be, and just being a menace, you know, to society.
I think the location are really helping Suhistic find this carbon, which I do think if they can shut down the carbon, it is Suhistic's, like, main threat. And this Wiper gets several good picks.
This is their chance. I mean, they're obviously not going to go all the way, but to set up here, really take space. Oh, that crab, it's so premature. And in a very interesting position, too.
Yeah, 2 people on side, Suhistic has gone down. This is a very risky play for the Splash. Splash does go down. Pain is having to run away. Tato Enjoyer has control. Wiper looking to do something, but Rainmaker may just ignore the Wiper.
Ooh.
Or
Wiper gets the hammer, and there is no ignoring it anymore.
Wiper waiting for their edit to go and pick up. Everyone is kind of grouped up right now. They want to go this right route if need be, but it is still a very risky route. But with so little time on the board, that may be a desperation that they can have to play. 2 people on side, so Suhistic do go down. Also, a lot of specials on the side. Territories. Suhistic has Hammer. Can they find anyone though? Unfortunately, it does not look like it.
Here's about to go into overtime, and really they have to use those specials to their advantage, like every single one, almost perfectly in order to get enough value to win this game, because they have to win in order to win, and it's going to be so difficult, because this map is so lockout heavy and so in favor of the defenders, you know?
Yeah, but both sides have now burned all their specials. It's gonna really come down to
Oh my
using better
God.
team play.
Uh-oh.
I do think
Students
right
is
now,
running out of time here.
yeah, it could maybe be able to run it now, but it is.
I think they missed their window there.
The issue with Rainmaker is it's very fast to like lose up twist and gain up twist. It's like how fast are you on like changes to your game state?
They have to run. They have to, otherwise they lose. They can't get there. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Yeah,
And that is a 3-0 in favor of Teto Enjoyers. So his
crazy.
stick is knocked out down to losers bracket in this double elimination format for Ctrl+Ink+Delete.
Yeah, that was just an amazing showing by Tattoo Enjoyers, really. Showing how to work around a comp that completely outranges you. Like in almost all aspects, especially like the backline and the main fighting weapon, like the sword, and I think the flip to Wiper, I feel like was a good pick. They just really didn't lock in like until like that last Rainmaker game where they started getting like good picks and stuff like that. But I think like that was just almost that was a masterclass actually in like carbon gameplay and how to paint for your carbon and like taking space like correctly, like because that carbon just had so much space, right? Like having triple support with like two of them being able to fight with you and like take attention away from you. It's really cool like to see stuff like that, especially at such a high level.
Yeah. Just trying to do some confirmation on looking on staff side. With this set, we are gonna be actually covering one match in the losers bracket.
That is an
Is
amazing name.
insane.
Oh my god, nothing can compare to that name though. Like what did you, Youthful Yuri and Armada, what? Evil Yuri Armada feet hentai?
No, hint.
I
Yeah,
was so
it's-
confused. Hint I. Oh,
Yeah.
is the player? Is the player hint? Okay. Whoa,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
We may have to be careful of how we pronounce that.
I
Player
apologize.
name.
I apologize. That's not what I heard. They're gonna fire me. It's okay though.
Just make an appeal to the staff. Maybe
No,
maybe you'll get out.
no, it's okay. Yeah, though that team name sounds absolutely diabolical, and I am very excited to see what kind of composition they run. If I'm
Well, unfortunately.
Oh, did they just lose? No.
Yeah.
No. Wait, Rain again? Did they like
Yes.
make a comeback? Or is this a round?
We're
This is a
losers.
group.
We're covering losers bracket.
Oh, okay. Got it. Chat, how much am I paying attention?
Let's see. We may have to.
Have to what?
Trying to see if we're still covering this, because I am on staff team, so I do get to see some of the chats. And there's some interesting discussions happening with within the match chat that
Bro.
may change the way that we stream this in a way.
Is everything okay?
They want to play EOTL zones instead of Surgeon zones.
Uh-oh. Wait, what? What? Okay, well, Surgeon Zones is not any... Neither of those maps are better. They would rather play Eeltail than Sturgeon? This is crazy. I mean, Sturgeon is... Let's be so real. Let's be so for real, right? Sturgeon's not a good map, but neither is Eeltail, so, like, why would they gentlemen's to, like, a worse map... To, like, a map that is almost just as bad, if not worse? Because that zone, man, it's so big, and it takes so much effort to flip it.
Sturgeon zones though. I feel like this. I think this map was better in like Splatoon 2, which
I don't quite recall what the map looked like in Splatoon 2, but I
it was the identical.
Oh, it was the exact same. There was nothing changed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
well,
just
with
different
all of
specials.
the yeah, with all of the
armor.
hell, yeah, with all of the hell that is Splatoon 2, I'm sure it was better.
Armor, Stingray, Booyah,
Yeah.
Missiles.
Yeah, Splatoon. That's why I like Splatoon 3 so much. Like, cause cooler just makes the game so fast. It's the exact opposite of Splatoon 2, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of what makes Sturgeon a little awkward because you can't really stall out on this map because it's a Splatoon 2 map and you kind of just get locked out really easily.
Yeah, cause like the second they get your tower, your snipe there in your court, like it's over. Like it's so difficult for you to like take that back without like proper special usage. But then at that point you've just taken that back and you're not even on the zone, right? It's frustrating, and it's unfortunate. And it's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Because for Sturgeon, I mean, you can usually like on Splatoon 2 you ran like Missile and like Stingray and just
and armor, and you just like you kill everything from all the way across the map, you know, because you could. But in this game that's not the case, and especially those specials in this game, the ones that are global, aren't very valuable. Or they don't, I mean, they can be, but they're easily displaced or easily like moved around.
Well, with the usage rate of Frozen Pro going up, I feel like that's not quite the case, since it seems Missiles has carved a niche for itself with Pro.
Well, Missiles has always been, unfortunately, has always been like pretty relatively good. But I'm saying in comparison to like Whale, but also neither of those things really like can displace people from, like, especially that snipe there. Like, it's very difficult for it, at least in this aspect, in comparison to the previous game.
Yeah. We are still waiting on Jad versus ranked team members to get into the lobby. Not quite sure what's going on, but I mean, I'm not timing you. Okay.
You're cursed.
I think that's just commentary in general, though. Because there's been some things you've said, Cliff, that it's like, oh, and they just did exactly what you said, and everything exploded.
Yep. Yeah.
This Sturgeon map really can be just, it's gonna be back and forth flips, or just one team just gets kind of just locked out for a large majority, and it's just game.
And then it's just game. We're gonna see whether or not the teams are, you know, like of similar skill level enough um, to find out, you know, like.
Um, yeah, but that, no, while we're still waiting, we could talk more about Splatfest if we really wanted to. Do you like
Do you?
Splatfest?
Do I like Splatfest?
Oh, never mind. As
Oh,
soon
look,
as
the
we
game
start
is starting!
talking, I
Yay!
know they didn't want me talking about Splatfest. Okay. Ooh, nice.
Alrighty, Nautilus. You don't see that very often. The weapon is insanely good, but and it also outranges Edit. It's a good main weapon, but unfortunately, it just gets outshined by, like, you know, bucket, sword, range blaster. Like, all of those weapons really just like win into Nautilus and are so much better of a midline option as opposed to Nautilus. You know. Oh well, that's so unfortunate. That crab.
The classic 90 combo.
Yeah.
Or 80 now, I guess. 80, 20, whatever.
Yeah,
Rain
it's a
has
100%.
control.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah. Rain has control, and looks like Rain's really just putting on all the heat onto Jad. Jad's trying to get back in, finds one, finds two, flip zone, and Jad may now try to put on some heat, or play defensive. Looks like one's going deep into the court. Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Really getting control of that snipe there is the key to victory, in my opinion. And making sure that they don't die in the process. Obviously, like most of their clearing specials and most of their like backline pull on that snipe. Fortunately for us, both teams have ran an extremely aggressive comp, so I don't think we'll see like much of them trying to control the space and more of them trying to like fight over it and like not really sitting there, but like, you know, like poking around it and stuff.
Yeah, but Jad
What? How did they survive that?
Put a lot more heat on Rain than Rain did on them. That's a lot of Rain's score just painted.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this lockout's just happening.
No one really can get in because they just don't quite have the range or specials to really do much. Because Sturgeon is Sturgeon.
Yeah, and yep, because Sturgeon is Sturgeon, yeah, and they did we saw them like they were farming for specials. It obviously like it wasn't enough because like they pop that crab and it just get insta killed by all the AOE weapons. And unfortunately the fights the sword took were just too close to that Zap player. And Jado really runs Rain over here. Very unfortunate, but you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. This map is so like snowbally, like it's insane. So I do hope we'll see something. I do hope we'll see more interesting gameplay in the future. Of like you know, more maps coming up.
Yeah. That you know, that may be coming up because the next map to come up is Clam Blitz on Inkblot. Inkblot, I feel like, is one again. I think a lot of commentators kind of say it, but Inkblot is just like the standard map. I feel like.
What do you mean by standard?
There's nothing special about it. It's just you kind of know what you need to do on Inkblot. It's really all about execution.
Yeah, executionally it is pretty straightforward, but I do think Clam Blitz is one of the like hardest game modes in my opinion. It's definitely not. I think it's like at least on this map because of all of the geometry and how mid has ramps into it now. Like they're not blocks anymore. Like they can just run up and take your and take your court for free basically. Like if you're not paying attention and there are rails to get into your bats, and the basket's so close to mid. Like isn't this the closest baskets in the entire game, right? Am I correct about that?
What do you mean by the closest baskets?
Like both clam baskets are the closest to each other in this map as opposed to any other map in the game.
I believe that is correct. Where both sides can kind of just run from one clan basket to the other pretty fast if able to.
Oh, we're seeing a pencil here from Jado here. and they switch onto that carbon composition. Yeah, that Zap player really flexed in there. Again, like Pencil on Sturgeon, Pencil's so bad. So it was very interesting to see a Pencil player have a pocket Zap, like of all things, because like I know personally, like most of the Pencil players that I talk to have like an edit secondary, or you know they play like Rapid Blaster Pro now, you know, or like a one-shot charger, but like you know, like seeing a Zap is very rare, especially since it's like overshined. This Crab is trying to get the pick on that Pencil there. They're trying to get, you know, space here in mid. What do you think, Melissa? You think
They try, Brain try to take some lots of good space, but
Ooh,
Jack
that's flash down.
kind of just had
that's
the
flash down.
better aggression, getting 2 picks and potentially 3. That is 3 down on Rain. Edit did drop, and that may cost the Edit and their advantage as they had to jump out. Rain's really, I feel like, struggling right now. Not really knowing what they should be kind of doing, because they feel very stuck.
I completely agree with that. Like the comp of theirs is very difficult. Like they have no specials that can like take space for them for free that they don't have to like farm for. Like Booyah kind of does that, but it's not as effective as Trips. It's not as effective as, you know, like Crab. And unfortunately, they're the players that have specials, or like because realistically what I'm saying is that the sword is not going to farm for Booyah. It's very hard for the sword to farm for Booyah because it's tamed very well. So it's like more realistic for them to get Crab. But like when the Crab dies, then what are they gonna do about it? You know, they can't do anything. It's just unfortunate. But that is just how it is. Here comes the Booyah. We might see some push here onto their backs. That's
Clan
Locker players.
Economy, yeah, Clan Economy is in Rain's side, but this is a very risky play, given the fact that they are fighting against a bucket player, and that ramp is is where like Bucket loves their opponents to just run into.
Yeah, Bucket and Nautilus, you know, really like people just run directly at them. You know, throw caution to the wind, you know, make fights easy for them. And especially on that ramp, like they really weren't doing anything, and missiles too were helping them like keep paint over. And unfortunately, the Rain just doesn't have the range, to really compete here. Oh, yeah, that's yeah. You can't do that. You can't. No, I mean, I think like obviously like they were like, okay, like let's get this Crab up here. You know, like we need to take space back. But like you see the Swasher sitting on top of that stack, you see it pop Trips in your face, and then you still press the Crab down. Like I think that's a little, you know. We're trying to like play for life, you know. We gotta have our momentum here. We've got to keep all of the specials that we can in order to push in here. And unfortunately, yeah, missiles is just gonna run amok. Oh, what a Zuka!
Current does find one, but you know, Rain does get this, but Rain doesn't quite have good follow-up, as Rain has now all died pretty much. And has not all pretty much died.
That's a delayed wipe out there from Zado.
Yeah, but with Inkblock Lambdas, this technically could be anyone's match, just from how close the Pamphlets basket is, but it's also very easy to just like pre-fire areas.
Yeah, really one wipeout is all it takes for one team to be in the lead. Just one, or just a key, you know, like a couple key picks, like 1 or 2, you know? Especially if they have the momentum for it, like it's just kind of it is what it is what it is.
Edit moving up. Edit is not greedy for points and letting someone else maybe take the hit. They're still kind of trying to push to this ramp, despite the bucket is still up there, and they are now aware that bucket is there. Bucket does find one. Bucket is just kind of stopping this ramp push. I'm kind of curious on why, you know, Rain is keep trying to push through ramp despite playing into, I guess, the bucket's hand every time you push like that.
I probably think it's a little bit of an oversight, of a short-sightedness in my opinion, because like just taking left ramp, like trying to use your specials to get that Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yeah. And the game, and that's a wrap, folks. Yep. Yeah. Really short clip. That was a really close game, but unfortunately, like you said, like they had just like had all of their momentum stopped by that bucket, and really they couldn't get it out of space. And I think it would have just been a better idea to scooch around the left side of that map, get a point or two or three, um, and hopefully maybe it would have been different. But who knows.
Yeah. Give me a moment to kind of process my thoughts, as words are not currently coming to my head. Jad is 1 point away from winning the set. Rain does need a reverse sweep, but it seems like Rain is currently suffering underneath like maybe a mech diff. Maybe not mech diff, but there is a skill
I mean,
gap between these two teams.
yeah, I would definitely say that there is a skill differential, at least not a crazy one, but like Jado just like knows how to pace themselves and knows how to knows where to play and how to slow down and really like how to use specials to counter other specials. And I think Rain really is just not really what's the word for that, anticipating, that's the word, yes. They're not really anticipating the usage of specials from the enemy team, especially when they know that they have them, or when it's visible on the HUD, and just being aware of the specials that they have that can like counter their gameplay, and really make their lives like a nightmare here. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, but the next map is the Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. We saw what happened during the first set, so this could be a redemption round for Rain.
Rain here, yeah. Hopefully they. I'm cheering for them. Hopefully they get this win. What the fuck? Oh, it's Cisco. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Playing into a gimmick when you're on the underdog side, I think, is a very risky play, in my opinion.
I mean, Tent gives them space for free, and how else are you gonna deal with quad midline? Like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, I think, this is so funny. Oh, and they didn't pick up Rainmaker, guys. What are we doing? Oh, they may not be winning, but it is still a very humorous match. Disco, the 1-10 player on their team, they're just running away with that Rainmaker. Like, I think they might get there, Really shredding away at these tent shields. Unfortunately for them, that bubble goes up and they get a pick.
Yeah, I think this gimmick can work. It's just, I think there needs to be a little more team coordination when playing with this gimmick.
Oh yeah, and you can't let what is happening right now especially that team cannot be allowed to Jado cannot be allowed to take any space away from these tents, because their whole game is taking space, and they can't be pushed, or they don't want to be pushed is really what I'm trying to say. And it's just unfortunate that these poor tent players.
Mina has a very strong space up on Rain's side. But this roller, I think is really playing well to this gimmick, because they know that everyone's going to be staring at the 310, so they can just run around.
Yeah, you really hit that on the nose there. Ooh, that splash down is so unfortunate. But yeah, like you said, you really hit that on the nose there. Like, the roller is just going to come in there and clean up the team as they're not paying attention to it, is probably the plan here, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, the wipeout is unfortunate, and the knot did just shut down the roller, and all knot really needs to do is just kind of space out the tents, because the tent is always trying to just go about things slowly. Like,
yeah.
I find tent to be a very slow weapon, and the Jad's not playing very slow. They're just running forward.
Yeah. That's so valid, Oh, that was so
Ju-
close.
I'm
The Zuki comes out
like
here.
this gimmick that I don't know if this gimmick is working. 2 minutes left on the board.
Well, I mean,
Maybe
obviously it's not, but like they're doing something. It's entertaining to watch. That's for sure. The roller just showing up in places that it shouldn't be is like I think the best thing about this gimmick is that the roller can just kind of like, you know, it has 3 shields to potentially be behind. It could be really cool.
I think maybe what could be hurting them is that the fact that they're running 2 back tents and only have 1 like super tent.
Yeah, I think that I think the whole thing behind that is like maybe they were gonna like what's the word? Chain. They were probably gonna chain things back so that they could like take space a lot more effectively and you know like use their shields to their advantage. But I think that just like especially in their composition, like a triple midline and pencil, it's just not enough. Then it's too far out.
Yeah, Tech does find 1. They're looking to find another, but everyone is cleared up, so everyone's running a lot faster and also come back very fast to take the same space they just lost. I do wonder if maybe the Cream 10 would have been look better as a system. Just play into the game a little more. Because Cream 10 does have a lot of aim output that I think Ray is lacking these 310s.
Especially like to support that, especially in supporting the roller. I think you're right. I think you're right. It would have been cool to see like one of each tent, you know, each of them having their own duty. You know, one of the beacon, one of the bazooka, and one of the chump. To just see them. Like obviously, like it's only getting them so far, but it would have been cool.
Yeah, because I mean, you can see the vision. It's just that Jack kind of just ran down the tents.
Yeah. Really unfortunate.
Because now, after nearly 5 minutes, they kind of got back to where they initially started at opening, and even then, they're kind of losing ground still to the Snog.
Yeah. And that was unfortunately like they killed the Jado killed that Rainmaker holder in like right at the end, and you know that your team doesn't get overtime if you were the last team to hold the Rainmaker. So unfortunately the game ends, and that's 3-0 Jado to Rain.
Yeah. Checking through the staff. Let's see. Cliff. Are you good to go and have enough, energy to do Conte one more round?
Oh, of course I can keep going. You know, like I've really enjoyed, seeing all these wacky teams and this fun tournament, and it's really interesting to see like the gameplay of people like that are of higher level. It's really nice and very refreshing, to see the game played like efficiently is the word I will use.
Yeah.
What about you? Do you have enough? Do you have enough?
I mean, I'm kind of staying here for the entire thing.
Oh, cool.
Because as staff, after commentary block, I may just hang around
Sit
for a
around.
bit to see
Makes
what
sense.
happens with the tournament. That kind of thing.
Yeah, makes sense. I haven't eaten, so I'm gonna do that.
We are gonna be covering Spooky T-Shirt Club
Oh, we love
versus
Spooky T-Shirt Club.
Miracle Matter.
I don't know who that is, but Spooky T-Shirt Club, yeah. no. But in all seriousness though, like I do know Spooky T-Shirt Club. Like they're good acquaintances of mine. I've played in a couple of their matches, and they're an overall fun team, and they have a pretty classic standard composition, especially like the pencil slosher, shooter aesthetic. It's really cool, and I guess we'll see gameplay. Do you know anything about the other team?
Slightly, I know some of the teams, some of the players on Miracle Matter. I believe they also play a pretty standard, I guess, meta comp where it's kind of a, one anchor, one like stall, and like 2 people just running it down.
Got it. So we're probably going to see some pretty similar gameplay from these two teams. And that's pretty exciting, you know?
Let's see.
Pardon? Okay. Alrighty. Splat zones, haggle. This is very classic, you know. Very standard map for this. For a zones tournament in general, this is kind of the classic, at least in my opinion. Like very standard, you know, you run your pencil here. Pencil's really fun, really good on this map. Pencil players like the map. It's super engaging. And then obviously those flank routes, so it's really just fun for the whole family, you know. Especially on this map and especially if you get an advantage, like getting your AoE weapons under those ledges is just a really good time all around. And you know, we're hoping to see that here because like you said, the comps will be relatively similar, so we're hoping to see something like that.
Yeah. Going into it,
The matching banners. That is for real Spooky T-shirt club. Yep.
Ooh, double sword.
Ooh, look at that! That comp's interesting. Okay, so the bow comp is cool. Like obviously it's a bow, so that's why it's cool. But the double sword machine comp, that's insane. That's so much poke.
Chip,
Yeah, and there they are. They just run over the zone. That's crazy. They're two down here. It's unfortunate. Like comp has to play for getting like that first engagement and really winning that first engagement because that blaster won't get cooler very quickly. But lucky for CT T-shirt Club, they're fighting a clueless team here, so they really don't have to worry about their timings of cooler or their facing very much, or like losing fights in the cooler, you know, because they don't have to deal with it. Oh no! Oh, the cooler down there, no. That's so unfortunate.
These weapons, I mean, assuming the way the standard builds are these weapons, the swords fire running too hard, so they kind of get run at people.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And that stamp was very scary. I for sure thought that Cluster player was dead, but I was proven wrong time and time again, you know?
The way this playstyle is kind of going is, with really is kind of just throwing bodies and zombieing their way.
It is very zombie-like in my opinion, and I think that their lack of a kill time, like all of their weapons are like complement each other very nicely, but unfortunately, like the other team's weapons, like Miracle Matter just has faster, like their weapons just kill faster, and like it doesn't really matter that they're just don't have the same range or they have less range because they're just getting, you know, overran and just losing here. That's a very interesting thing. That was a cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it is going to come down to is Miracle Matter can really keep up the, I guess, keep Suki T-shirt Club from just totally running them, like a zombie horde, essentially, and just keeping calm while getting run down.
Ooh.
But, Suki T-shirt Club is really showing numbers do matter, and numbers, and throwing them bodies and everything at your
bodies and where you throw them. Like, unfortunate to go down there. We're gonna see more going down here in my opinion. If nope, no, okay, they're not paying attention to the slosher. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Rapid is
luckily
Rapid is pretty good for that, like ensuring that
staying alive.
Really, like lose too much space.
Yes, exactly. So even though their whole team is just like feeding ad nauseum, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I mean, I think what it's going to come down to is really the ending lockout because Platinum Battlefield is notorious for it's just locked out and it goes to 0. So
Very
it's really
interesting
when you
matchup
throw
here.
your bodies toward the zone, just flips over.
The Spooky Teacher Club does not have any specials that can get them out of disadvantage, so it was very interesting to see the sword just kind of run around zone. Unfortunately, they didn't split the attention of Miracle Matter efficiently enough to get like picks or to take the zone back, but they did get out of disadvantage, and they did get a chance at the zone there. It was unfortunately, like I said, a lockout, but they did get behind them. It was very interesting to see that like Stamper like go on the flank, because you know they don't have the material or the specials to get themselves out of disadvantage when they're in disadvantage. So it's you know, really interesting gameplay. Um, Unfortunately, obviously the Miracle team shut it down very quickly, and they showed excellent like multi-targeting, or like splitting their attention multiple ways and not getting like out overstretched or you know, pulled too thin.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the idea of Spooky Teacher Club I think works on
Paper.
slightly smaller maps maybe,
Yes.
because I don't think Howfish is quite the map for that kind of strategy, because you can kind of just space them out and kind of just let them get themselves pre-fired by walking into damage anyways.
Yeah, especially with the weapons that kill faster than them, like it's very common. Um, and this map too, this map is going to be very interesting because like all of those mid lines are really good at reaching over these ledges, and especially that blaster. Like, all this comp was like made for this map actively. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough paint, at least in my opinion, to um, survive. But oh, who are we going to see drop? I'm very interested to see who drops here. That
Looks
looks
like two
like
swords. Looks like two swords. I don't know,
oh,
machine
machine
and
and sword. Yeah.
and
Oh, a
sword
really
is
good part here.
sword is able to kind of run out, try and find this carbon, but this carbon is doing a really good job at surviving.
Huge hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this opening was like perfect. Exactly, like perfect. Like those weapons, like they played on their ledge. They got exactly where they needed to go, and they just overwhelmed them with their poking. And I think that this is definitely a map where this comp like will shine with all of these ledges and all of these angles. Like, they're just gonna have an advantage here.
Yeah.
It's like looking at Paradigm Starfish, but they're like, you know, like midline and like can play the.
Hey, Paradigm Starfish shit. They're not even playing in this one.
No, it's okay. No, because the way that Paradigm Starfish plays is what I'm trying to get at here. Like, because it's very similar.
I
It's
see.
yeah, but this one is a lot more cooler oriented, a lot more oriented around like playing around their weapon's chip potential and targeting the same person. Like, you noticed how they were playing in pairs and how they were targeting like the same person together. Or even when they were like a whole team, like just being able to run over a specific individual very quickly is how they like succeeded here. And I think like the main like, if I were to point at something and say that lost them the game, I think it was the opening. Like the opening where like where Spooky T-shirt Club just got over their under their ledges and killed all of them. Like they locked that plat down like nobody's business, and they should have really been paying more attention to people dropping, because that, like, in my opinion, just lost them the game right there.
Mm. Just as a quick thing, who is Paradigm Starfish and how do they
Oh,
play?
sorry, sorry. Paradigm Starfish is a like Div 3-4 mid-level team that
Oh,
plays
maybe.
tent, double brush, and carbon, and their philosophy is run at the enemy, and it like sort of kind of works.
I see.
Big
Those are
swing! The big swing! What did I miss, guys? What are we doing here?
Object damage goes hard though. And
I mean, it does. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
Lots of good chip, and people on Miracle Matter are exploding, and that's within the
Hold
first
frame
20
bomb.
seconds.
So unfortunate. Oh my god. You know, I underestimated the amount of object damage that the Big Swing has done. That sword's in, like, it's just in the correct place, but this bow is really good at the game, so you're dead.
Yeah, but within the first minute,
Wow.
that's an
That
insane
is
push.
insane. Yeah, I mean, this is Rainmaker, you know, like, you either make it or you break it, and they're breaking it.
And every time the Rainmaker kind of does die, I mean, the pop is always going to be in favor of Scooby T-shirt though.
Oh, absolutely, with the double fizzy and, like, the double sword, like, the fizzy, double sword, and big swing, like, I don't even think Wellstring out damages that, like, and, like, the bow is another thing, especially on the enemy team that might be like, oh, you know, like, the bow has, like, you know, better object damage, so it's gonna be good in the Rainmaker. No, not against this team. Not against this team.
I mean, the one thing about this team is, you can't have good popping power if everyone dies, but at least a couple people are still alive. The popping power is still mostly in favor, and even when they're like in possession of Rainmaker and they die, that's fine because they can just get a lot of free pain from popping Rainmaker.
And especially pops are obviously so, like, toxic and powerful in specific scenarios, you know. Just a very good overall.
And the
very powerful.
Yeah, and the thing about the Scooby T-shirt Club is they aren't running a cooler based mod. They're just running
it down. They're just running it down and it's working. Like, I really think it is their ability to play in pairs and really like target out who they want, like who they're singling out and who they're taking, and really how they're using their specials. Like it's just so pretty, you know. Watching this coolest team function is very cool in my opinion.
Yeah, because I mean I think that's the one thing about all levels of play is that cooler is meta for a reason because cooler is great, but cooler is not the end all be all.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the cool thing about it, and that's like the it makes this type of play. It's certain you see that pop getting so much value, like they almost won the game off that pop. Like that's what I'm saying. It's just such a cool. It's so cool.
Yeah. One special ready from the Carbon. Carbon needs to go and find these picks.
Oh, huge.
And Carbon, I think, may be able to get a significant push for Miracle Matter, especially with Bazooka in play. We could see like
right there, the shark Bazooka. There's the Bazooka right there. Unfortunately, their team dies, but you know, very interesting flank here happening from this Carbon Roller.
Yeah. Carbon is still finding these picks. Carbon, I think, is a decent counter towards this team due to how fast the kill time is.
Yep.
But
Absolutely.
Carbon may struggle with the whole there's too many bodies, and I think that's is the only way.
Yeah.
Teaching kind plays into.
Especially if they don't know where to look, it's very difficult.
No specials online. Rainmaker does get grabbed. Very greedy.
Oh no!
And I think that could cost them the play.
No, I don't think so. I think they're getting close to. They've got to be close to that down here. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, the double! Oh my god, they're so lucky. Like that's what I was saying, like a pinch. We didn't see the pinch happening from their teammates, but that wiper took the attention away from the entire team as that sword and machine just descended upon them. Like, their timing as a team is really good, you know? They're taking... did you see that guy who just was behind them? There's someone flanking, by the way. There they are. It's the junior! The junior was trying there. And like these games are really close. It's so what is this? Is this 2-1 or is this 1-1?
No, it's a 2-1 in favor of Spooky T-Shirt Club because it really is, I think, I guess similar to Paradigm Starfish of the whole, you have
The
to
Hound.
adapt or else you just crumble. But once you've adapted, it's easier to stop them.
Yeah, I think this team especially, I will say, like, I think I think Spooky Teacher Club actually did a really good job of adapting to Miracle here, like getting better at the gameplay, and I think also it does have, I think the map did have something to do with it, with their first loss there, like being like with such wide open spaces and stuff like that, and just struggling to really find value. But I think that like now that there's much more scenery to work around, they're doing a really good job.
Yeah. I don't think there. I have a feeling that the Spooky T-Shirt Club is probably just going to stick onto their strategy because it's a very bold strategy, but it's a very effective strategy at
I
this
think it's
point.
effective. I think it's very effective.
Um,
And I hope to see like this, because like my understanding of Spooky T-Shirt Club as a team was something completely different from this, and I am very pleased to see that that my like expectations are just shattered with this like crazy comp that's like all over the place, and I love it. Like you would never see this anywhere, right? Like I don't think there is another team that would play like these weapons specifically. Like this team is like put a lot of time and effort into like how to play these weapons efficiently when they don't have cooler, and it really shows, you know.
yeah. I mean, this team could, essentially be called, feed to win, because I'm looking kind of at that chat, and it's 5 wipeouts was happened in that last game, and they still
That's
won.
crazy. Yep, and there's the tried and true rapid back, and I don't think this will. I think that the geometry here on this map might be like a little bit more in favor of that like slosher carbon, but I don't think it'll be by much. And I still think, oh, that's unfortunate with all of this. Yep, there's that carbon really running it down. And luckily for a miracle matter, they have like really broken in the mid here, really gotten them out, but unfortunately Spooky Teacher Club is just running them over, and it seems like bodies are the answer. This is a crazy, like watching this gameplay is insane to me.
Stanford gets 2 and does not really get punished until they like overheated, if you can even say that.
I think the entire team comp is overheating the entire time. Like I don't think that there is even a single point at which they have like moved backwards at all.
Stanford's deep in their base, 2 people in that pit section. Yeah, like, they are getting constantly wiped out, but just, I think what it is it's a little anxiety inducing, even just watching it.
Oh, for real. But I think that's like one of the main reasons that this comp is working in particular is just like their range values as a whole. Like the bow player is a bow player, but if they had like the ability to flex onto like an edit or a splatling, I feel like Spooky T-Shirt Club would not be as efficient or effective in my opinion. Just because of the way that splatlings work and how good they are at defending themselves and keeping people from running at them. But because of the enemy team's sword and their blaster, you can't run something like edit because it'll just get poked out by both those weapons that have more range than it. So yeah, like I feel like the matchup might be a bit more favorable for Miracle if they had a splatling, but like not by much in my opinion, because this is just so stress-inducing.
It's
So
really,
much anxiety being on the other side for sure.
it's really kind of just you kind of have to stay together, but also not really because you have so many AOE from Spooky Teacher Club. It's like
If we stay together, we're kind of gonna die, but also we have to because we're gonna die.
yeah, it's you don't win with either scenario. And the Stanford is
so much value.
yeah, lots of chip. I only got one pick, but that chip was great for Spooky Teacher Club.
Yeah, lots of chip and taking the attention away from that team where they could be taking mid. They have to deal with that Zipcaster instead.
And you know, Spooky Teacher Club, his 23 points plus penalty, and they're really wanting to run it down again. But I think this may cost them actually a wipeout this time. But three down, and it's now in favor of Miracle. Miracle now can play kind of actually to their pace because
now that they're locking them out, it's like yeah, we might see a comeback here. Like I think it's certainly a possibility, especially if people go back and hold enough space correctly. Oh, that's a really unfortunate loss there. I think that carbon needed to win that fight in order for them. Yeah, that carbon needed to win that fight. Unfortunately for them, Spooky T-Shirt Club stabilizes here. And if you notice, they're not painting anything at all. They're just running. Like, yeah, I would cry. If I had to fight this, I would like crash out. I feel like it's very difficult.
But it's there was that brief aspect where you can see where they forced Spooky Teacher Club to play at Miracle Madness's pace, but it's so
for
hard
that
to
brief moment.
Yeah.
But then unfortunately, I think that carbon really overextended there. And like that, if the carbon's death kind of just like was like the final note in the final nail in the coffin for that push at least.
This is so interesting because within these last seconds, Miracle Madness is still trying to figure out how the hell to get their opponents out of their pace.
Yeah.
But they're just gonna ignore them and just score.
I think that's the way. No, that is the way. I feel like because they're ignoring you. Like, why would you? Why? Yes, great job, wonderful gameplay. Yes. They found the answer, and it's just ignore them because they're not painting, they're not keeping space efficiently. Like, they're just running at us. They're just winning fights. Like, how do we get around that? Oh, let's just ignore them. Yeah, that makes sense. Yes. Especially when they're so close to victory, like getting a little, like just getting around them, getting a rat kill, like and it's really anyone's game here. Like they found like the answer for that combat. I mean for that match there, and it was to just go around them. Who would have known? Certainly not me. I wouldn't have been able to find that answer. I don't feel like I wouldn't if I was playing the game at least.
Because, I mean, if you constantly, ignore them, they're just going to use that to their advantage to just score on you anyways.
Yeah,
and that's
the
issue with, a hyper dive-based comp like this, is there are times where you are going to have to ignore them, but you can't ignore them as a predictable, outcome, because it's just going to play against you. And there's that big swing again. I'm really excited, especially. Oh, it's the different wiper. It's the Zuka wiper, yo. This is gonna be very interesting here. We see, yep, everything's running and there they are, running it down mid. Oh, and he runs out of ink. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That is a soft wipe, and Miracle Matter. This may be Miracle Matter's map, just because
Maki, like with all these ledges and especially if they win the lockout, like that carbon can just be anywhere, and these weapons don't have an answer to the carbon just being on top of them because they don't have enough paint to keep it out. And now we're gonna see really if Miracle Matter is gonna lock out here with now that the map is a real map. Smile.
Yeah.
Ooh, and here we go.
This map is very
so much space. Oh my god. Yeah.
I don't think overheating on this map is quite the play, because it's...
Like, cause the positions that you're taking from underneath those ledges are so strong to the point where I don't feel like it's even necessary for you to be in their spawn. Like, especially with the weapons that you have, like, just shooting over ledges, like, just shooting, like, you know, taking space and making sure that you have, like, a control of mid and keeping it painted, you know, keeping your zone painted is, like, good enough, in my opinion, but, not to them, they're just...
I mean, they're still trying to run it down, but you can kind of tell that Miracle Matter is really making Spooky Teacher play a lot less, throw their buys, and having to paint a lot more.
Yeah, and it's like, especially with their comp, like, just has more paint to work with, in my opinion. So I think it's really, a smart thing for them to... Oh, and there's those poking under ledges, but like I was saying before, it's a smart thing for them to force them to have to paint more. But yeah, like I was saying before, like, just, you know, charge slashing under ledges and keeping space and making sure that they're not gonna... Oh, that's so unfortunate. That was an amazing execution by Miracle Matter there. Those trips... Oh, that's so unfortunate. That poor Frosher player fell in the water, but oh, they just got ran over, oh my god.
Miracle Matter is, you know, mostly I think it's just, I don't think it's the map for Spooky Teacher. Miracle Matter really, I think, with the map paint control, and Spooky kind of just ignores painting for themselves. It's just, it's not, I don't think it's really their map. Because they have to keep diving and diving into enemies and, you know, praying they just win the fight. You know, they are,
but like that's not healthy. It's not good for their team's longevity. But unfortunately, every single one of them is wearing like 7 bajillion subs of QR. So I'm being dramatic here. I don't know if they're actually wearing QR, but like the way that they're playing, like.
The only one that has like a main of QR is the white. Everyone else is it's all in sub slots, so it's hard to know.
This is crazy.
But this is a lot closer of a match, despite, you know, the team that is, you know, wants to play for stall would think they'd be the better one, but running it down works really well. Man, I'm losing brain cells trying to.
No, literally. Like this is so interesting. Like I'm never gonna see this ever again. Like the bow comp is really rare. Like the bow carbon, that's pretty rare. But like this shit, what is this? Like what are we looking at? You know? That Flash gun really doing a number on that bubble there.
Because at the end of the day, our commentary for this is like, oh hey, Spooky Miracle Team, Spooky Teacher Club just ran down Miracle Matter. Oh hey, Spooky Teacher Club just got wiped out again. Oh hey, they're back again.
Oh hey, they're back and they're just taking space. Oh hey, they're gone.
Like I can't even tell who's gonna win in these last few seconds too. It's like.
I think probably Spooky Teacher. Probably Spooky Teacher Club is my. Oh my God, they're 3 down. Hold on.
Yeah, but people are dying. People are dying.
Hold on, guys. This is not where we want to wipe out, guys. Uh-oh. Oh, the Zuka gets 1. Oh, the Zuka gets 2. Oh, the game's over. Oh my God, they're 3 down, and the bubble goes up, guys. The game is over. The run it down was beaten. Oh my God.
That was a really close for
That was so close. That was so close. That was so close. That was a really good set. Those teams were like neck and neck, and Miracle Matter was doing a very good job of dealing with the run at you comp. And like I said, like we're probably never gonna see that again. But that was really interesting and very informative, you know, for when I have to deal with something like that ever. Hopefully never. Hopefully never.
But yeah, I mean, I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, really.
But with it being a loss for words, maybe we can have a separate group of commentators take over. Who knows?
That sounds like a good idea.
But I don't know when they're exactly the second block is going to start. So while we're still here, what's the longevity for this team? Do you think they can? Do you think it's just unfortunate, like at that last bit, or do you think it was like this just a strategy falls off as they progress the competitive ladder kind of thing?
A T-shirt club?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, the way that comps like that really they really cannibalize your awareness and your ability to kill people that are running directly at you, because comp right now is no one's doing that. No one's just running at the enemy. There are a select few teams, and Paradigm Starfish is probably the most well known for that type of run at you play style. But especially higher level teams, they just adapt. They just understand that you're just gonna run at them, and they're just gonna stop trying hard because you're just running at them, and it's not difficult to counteract. Unfortunately, it does fall off rather quickly, like we saw. Spooky T-shirt Club did adapt to that. I think it was that first map mode, really. But then obviously Mahi is just not their map, and they weren't painting at all, and they were taking fights by themselves, as opposed to the way that they were showing how their dominance in a map Museum. The Museum map matchup was really good for them. And that was pretty masterful, in my opinion, at least. The way that they played that, getting under ledges, because honestly, them securing those ledges at the very beginning of the game was what won them the game. And it's just unfortunate, on a map like this, where ledges are kind of stop and go, ride or die. It was very unfortunate to see that fall off, but it was so close, it was right there. And I bet we were all cheering them on and hoping for such a composition that's so cool to be able to win, and so out of the ordinary.
Yeah. But I think we may take a short break. So once again, let's do the sign off. I'm Alexo.
Click.
I'm a staff for this tournament. I'm one of the head TOs for the original message to the original tournament. We're branching out to different ideas, trying to really just cement ourselves with the competitive, seen as just a organization that does funny, innovative stuff.
Yes, then I'm Cliff. Smile. I'm the random backlaner that decided to pick up off the street. No, but I know Elixir through the CCA and playing in scrims and other events with them. And really, I just like playing this game, and I'm a backliner. I'm just here to get my 2 cents on the game state and watching these really interesting team compositions. Play the game, because I would have never been able to see that comp, because if I wasn't here, because I probably wouldn't have watched the stream on my own time, because I'm a very busy person.
Yeah. But with that, we're taking a short break. We may be back within a minute to 5 minutes. That's up to the TO's discretion. So with that, signing out.
Bye.
All right. Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to the first edition of Ctrl+Ink Delete, brought to you by Original Message Deleted. I'm Omazen, and I'm joined here tonight by the one and very only CKK. CKK, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Splatfest just started as soon as this tournament started, so I chose Team Air. How about you?
Oh, I went Team Air as well. I love Air.
Let's go. Put it in the chat. Put what team you joined, and I will judge you for it personally. But no, I'm feeling good. I'm excited to get into this second half of this tournament. What round are we starting off with?
Yeah, so we are currently in Losers Bracket Round 4, which is our quarterfinals of the event. And we've actually had quite the stacked event tonight so far, and quite a few close games. A lot of them, which we've also been able to showcase here on the stream through our amazing, wonderful streamer, Orakai, so huge shout out to them. But yeah, with this set here, we're looking at a match between Tylines and also Jad. So two fairly strong teams here. We got our Seed 3 versus our Seed 8. Jad has had quite the kind of difficult path in the tournament so far, probably compared to most other teams. They started out, of course, in round 1, they went up against Future Tone, and they got a clean 3-0 over them. But then they had to go up against the first seed, which is 129, a group of very top-level players, to say the least. And from there, they got knocked down to loser bracket round 2, and they've had to fight their way through Rain, Future Tone again in a rematch, which they were able to overtake them on again. And now they're here, so yeah, quite the little story, to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah, because they were playing, I think, I need to remember if they... No, I don't think they ended up winning it, but they got second place in Triton Cup earlier today. I was handling stream for that, so yeah, they're a very promising squad. I'm surprised to see them go down in losers so early, but I mean, hey. Well, we're gonna see them. We're gonna see how they climb their way back up. We'll see if they're able to.
Yeah, that's not the match being streamed right now. It is our sister match to this set.
Oh, sister match, got it.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight, probably over there too. We did previously see them get knocked out by a team called Teto Enjoyers, a group of mostly mid-level, roughly skill-leveled players, right? And they're currently fighting. They actually just got done finished fighting Artifice, and they had quite a few close games over there too. It did end up as a 3-0, but one of their players was streaming their individual perspective, and a lot of those games were like points away from each other, like single-digit differences. So I think we have quite the stacked, like I would say maybe top 4 tonight, and we're gonna see that all go down here starting now with this match here, really.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this takes us. Like I said, like you said, there's been a lot of like interesting matches going on. Could you go over a little bit more about, you know, our upcoming match? It's how do you say this team's name?
They go by the Thai Lines, I believe.
Thai Lines, that's how you said it. Okay, I was not sure how to pronounce it. Thank you.
No, you are all good. Thai Lines has been sweeping pretty hard throughout most of their matches so far. They did go 1-3 up against Artifice, but still a pretty valiant effort there, to say the least, too. Thai Lines is composed of Ricky, who some of you may know, Lewis, as well as Mr. Mew and Ripping. So a solid squad overall, to say the least. You have some Division 1 players there. And I mean, I think it's fair to say that they know how to play the video game. They generally know what's up. They just got put up against, you know, one of their probably main rivals when it comes to the grand scheme of things of Comp Splatoon.
Interesting. I didn't know they had rivals reads like that, but I'm interested to see how things play down on Splatzone's Vaco Mart as we have here. How do you feel about this map?
Yeah, I think that Splatzone's Mako, you know, you can't go wrong with it. It's one of those key maps that you always see in a tournament. It's definitely one of my favorite map modes. It's one of the map modes that kind of just shows what skills each individual player has the most. You have a lot of options for entry. You have a lot of options of moving around the map. There's a lot of inkable walls. That's always, you know, a big point that a lot of players in our community like to hold on to, and you know, I'm completely with them there. I think the more movement options you have, the more sharking areas you have, the more flanking options you have, that's always gonna lead to a better map.
Yeah, and we're loading in now. Okay, so I'm looking on the side of Thai Lines, and we're seeing pretty infamously Slosher, S-Blast, but you know, we're also seeing, is that the L3 or the H3?
It's looking like this is gonna be
the UH3. This is the one with Inkjet. L3.
Yeah,
this is the one with Inkjet. I love seeing Inkjet, so I'm looking forward to this as Thai Lines take the first zone flip of the game right here. 2 down on the side of Jads. You know, it's looking pretty good. This L3 is kind of having the time of their life. Just pushing up and not really being too contested here.
Yeah, L3 is such a fun weapon. I remember when they released the second bit of it, I think as first state. Really fun weapon, and those things too, so definitely respect the pick there. Looks like we do see them unfortunately go down. Thai Lines go into the zone. Just Slosh goes up right now. Definitely not what you want to see, but they have been holding on to control pretty well overall. Like, long enough for their teammates to also get up, so hey, got another one for that.
Yeah, this Slosher is just iffy, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, gets another, I mean, has this Slosher died, as a matter of fact? I'm not gonna lie, it looks like they. Oh, never mind. I'm supposed to say.
Oh, they lost their screen.
It's like a kill streak, but it 100-0. Oh, 100-0. That's what we like to see. Well, I don't know. Some people like it to go all the way to 5 minutes, but that's what I like to see. Some dominance played on this first map.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you know, despite the fact that Tylines was dropping a few times, like they were really close to almost losing the zone at one point when it was just that bucket, for instance. It did, like they were able to just hold it down really well. We never saw the members of Jad ever successfully break back in fully. They never really even got a chance to fully own their stack, and the way that bucket was playing up against that left ledge, it didn't allow the pencil really enough space either to properly position themselves, which just played out really well into Thailand's cards.
Yeah, I mean, we see why those. I mean, all the weapons there did a really good job, and specifically like that slosher and the S blast. I mean, just having a lot of fall off and AOE damage just kind of makes it a nightmare because you know, getting back in kind of sucks when you have somebody just like throwing stuff at you from beneath a ledge where you can't even shoot them back. That's kind of like a pain. And honestly, the fact that do you know who the slosher player was?
Yeah, let me take another peek at that.
But yeah, the slosher player was just
yeah,
like,
I think that was Ricky.
Ricky.
I want to say that was Ricky. Yeah.
Shout out Ricky, never dying, never dying. We don't take those L's around here. Let's see if they can keep that up though. On Clan Blitz Umami. Same comp. Nothing changing there. We're seeing a lot more of the same. But Nautilus. I'm sure there are Nautilus fans out there that are excited to see this right now because I sure am. And they're gonna roll out and we'll see who can build up the first power clan. It's looking like Thailand's will.
Yeah, so far so good for Thailand. Getting that first clamp. Here's Soda outside of JD, but in the meantime, look at this knot. That knot was cooking.
Not diff. See, that's why people were saying, like, I think there are still people who'd rather pick up a Nautilus than pick up a Headit. But God forbid they pick up a Headit. That's where it's at. I mean, it's performing well here, and we're also seeing missiles going out. It looks like a push. I mean, 16 clans, I think I'd be ready for a push at that point, especially dropping specials down. Or maybe not, this Inkjet's coming out on the side of Thailands, and they're trying to stop something. They did get 2 down on the side of Jad, so it's looking good for them.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed there, but Jad was so close to actually scoring a clamp. That player that was able to get up on this little hill on the top left wasn't able to actually handle that follow. In the meantime, looks like Thailand's here, right? They've been getting a few points in the basket, they scored a little bit. They still have really good control over mid, and it's going to be on Jad here to actually successfully break back in. And I don't know if we're going to necessarily see that based on how the map is going.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a role reversal. I mean, we saw Thailand's go down really hard at first, and now Jad's making a break for it. We're gonna see how things go. I mean, right now we're just seeing trades back and forth in mid, just like seeing like who's gonna outlast. It's a war of attrition. It's like it's your turn to go down, my turn to go down, your turn to go down. We're gonna see who ends up with most clans at the end.
Really big props to the Snot still, though. They have been the key playmaker. This is like my personal player of the game. You know, like Nautilus is pretty similar in some ways, but it's just getting so much control. You have a lot of range. You have decent everything considered. Like you're not necessarily going to take a solo push on your own, but you can cause enough chaos to like initiate something pretty strongly.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sorry, I had to. Ooh, yeah. I agree with the Nautilus there because I feel like it does just a really good job at just being that like a mid line that just outputs a lot of it. If you're standing out in the open, you're just gonna get hit. You're gonna get hit. You're gonna go down. You need to be a little bit more conscious about your cover and everything, and not just jump it out in the open unless you want to die. But I don't think that's the case for any of our players here. I don't think they want to be in that situation.
Over the Jad here as they're bucketed and this hard down. This single player is going to hold down the line just well enough for a moment, stalling this attempt and new push from the members of Thailands. But yeah, it's getting a little hairy here. We see Thailands, they're doing a good job of trying to stall long enough to remain with them. trying to get another special push, but Jad needs to break through, and we do see that finally happen, but not without that probably L3 player, I'm guessing, getting a ball in. It's not going to get them that many points, but it's going to just stall the clock long enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of worried. It does build up a pity clan, but I mean, we've been just seeing blows traded back and forth. That it's just kind of like, you know, you could get the clan, like the big clan, but then you know you might lose it just by going down. So we'll have to see if they are able to like take advantage of it, especially with the missiles coming out. I mean, they do lose their star player, their player of the game, as you put it, but you know, there's opportunity here. Maybe?
Yeah, and with 2 down, I think they might get pulled off. We see 2 balls go in, that's the lead, yeah.
Oh, this notch. Oh, through a normal clam! Are you serious?
That's so sad. I think it's them having to trade those 2 clams for the ball created just enough of lag in frames where they couldn't make that score on time. So
Truly tragic scenario. Oh my gosh. But it doesn't matter. They have the lead. Well, it does matter a little bit, but hey, you know, 40 seconds on the clock. Now Thai lines have to, you know, get up and try and do something here, or else, you know, they're out for this map, which, I mean, would only tie up the score, but hey, you know, you don't want to be down a map.
absolutely, but still really good effort from them. This has been really close, and this Nautilus, once again, putting in the work. He's been able to really just take out those different members of Thai lines. Perfect times, like Bucket's not able to get set up, the edit gets caught off guard, and with just 10 seconds left in the match here, it's going to come down to if I think Thailand's can even assemble a ball.
Ooh. Yeah, they don't. Oh, I hate that mad dash towards the end where you're just trying to like, please scout up anything that's on the floor. It's like your parents just came through the door and now you gotta pick up all your dirty laundry off the floor because they told you to clean your room by the time they got there. You know, it's like, you know, metaphorically speaking, the overtime clock is your parents here. But yeah, that map goes to Jad. Well deserved there. And they tie up the score as we head into this best of 5. It's 1-1. Not leaning any one way. I mean, Thailand's absolutely dominant that first map. Jad came back swinging. So we'll have to see how this plays out on Rainmaker next.
I honestly think that this map's going to be able to service the members of Jad pretty well too. You have those different hills on the map, right? And it's sort of similar just enough to our last map, where even though you don't really have quite as many hilly type areas, you do have a lot of places for cover. And I do think the weapons that we saw on the side of Jad, be it that Nautilus or even certain things like the pen, even to a certain extent, are able to make use of just that different map terrain to their benefit more. So I'm kind of willing to bet my cards on them a bit here. I think we might see another upset match, but it could of course go either way. Like, it can't go enough without saying that Thailand's really had that first match down too well.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, I think it could really go either way in terms of weapons, because like I mentioned before, especially on a map like Humpback Pump Track, I mean, it would suck a little bit more for the Splatlings who kind of need a, you know, direct line of sight, and like you said, that cover is really going to go in, but it affects on both sides, because, you know, there's the Nautilus on the side of Jad, and then there's the Headit on the side of Thailands. I don't know if they commit to the Headit, but, you know, at least for the Sloshers and the S-Blast on the side of Thailands. Wait, it's not going to be a S-Blast, it's going to be is that CRB or just Range Blaster? Or regardless, they're going to have the time of their lives, I think.
Ooh, yeah, no, it is gonna be that blaster from the looks of it.
Custom blaster.
Yeah. Splashdown blaster here with that point sensor, so props to them on that. Interesting pick there. I think it's gonna give them maybe the tools they need to shut down players like that Nautilus or that Pro. They've been really doing a great job at countering those but yeah, it's just chaos all around. Look at this bloodbath in mid. Yeah, can't blame them for that.
I think 5 or 6 people went down right there, so I was like, whoa. One thing that you can certainly get out of this set is that blows will be traded. There's no, well, besides map 1, there's no like clear winners in these outcomes of these fights. An early check on the side of Jad.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for Jad. They were able to push up a bit more, just enough where, like, it's not safe by any means, but it is enough to stop, like, just that tiny push you might go off the Rainmaker check, right? So, they are in an okay spot for being in the first just over min of the match, but looking here now, we do see Jad starting to reassemble a push here, but it's going to maybe go down here because of Ty Lines and Jad and friends.
Oh, everything I said about them trading blows a lot goes down the window when 2 or 3 specials are, you know, used on the side of tie lines, getting them this checkpoint. I mean, what can you say? I mean, if there's 8 things I gotta shoot in the sky, I feel like I'm playing Marvel Rivals here, not Splatoon. So it's, it looks like tie lines finally gets the check, but they're not really pushing past this point, which they kind of need to for the lead, but they got 3 minutes in the bank. They don't have to worry too much about rushing things, and they let the Rainmaker reset. So, Jad, happy that they don't have to deal with that.
No, absolutely. And they do have that Inkjet online again, so the second that Jad tries to push up here, we probably will see that come online. Just like I said, boom, there it is. The strike's coming out to you to try to push it out and wait, adjust enough. But it's not going to matter, though, because 2 members on the side of Jad do go down. They do take out that Inkjet player on the recall, but I don't think it's going to mean too much in the grand scheme of things just yet.
Yeah, and also I was just watching the L3 player, and it's like times like these we wish we had drop roller, especially as a non-mobility weapon. But yeah, it looks like, oh no, there's a DC. And I think yeah, DC replay will not apply here.
No, yeah, we are past the point. Yeah, we are past the point of being able to reset on DC. So it's going to be up to tie lines to attempt to still make something happen here, but with only 1 member up, I think it's going to be over.
Not over yet. Well, we'll see. It might be over right here. wait, no! We can't close it out, please. We're waiting. I'm sure all the members of Thailand are, well, they don't want to go next. They want to fight till the very end for this. It's really the side of Jad that's like, please, it's over. Please, give it up. I'm done. Go next. But they're 3 down, and that's 2 more on the side of Thailand than Jad does, despite the permanent man down that they have. So there's a possibility here. I mean, what if we do see the 3v4 combat? What are you thinking? I'm putting bets on it. Channel point.
I mean, hey, like, they did just get a partial wipe on the side of Jad. Unfortunately, they are a bit slow on the push here. I don't think they're going to get as much value as they necessarily wanted, but I think they do have the tools to make something happen. They have that Inkjet, which is currently live. They do have a splashdown. If they play to the strengths of those specials, if they go in with, like, maybe a splashdown getting launched, and they have the Inkjet follow-up, they might be cooking. They do be shooting.
Yeah, he's bobbing and weaving like it's like this is Manny Pacquiao on the Rainmaker right now, just shooting shots left and right. The option close. Oh, I was hoping for a run there. It's not enough.
It really isn't, but I mean, props to that Rainmaker though. That's like one of the longest stalls I've ever seen. When you're just that lone man trying to survive, your teammates are all down. You have 4 people trying to find you and get you. But they stayed alive that whole time. They only went down when they tried to make that push.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm surprised on the side of Jad. They've got a little bit of gall to sit in this little, like, dip area of mid. I don't know what to call it. I don't know map callouts all that well, but, like, I honestly thought they were going to be lame and put it all the way up there, where you kind of basically need to make the push of your life to get up there, like, near the left check. Oh! There's opportunity
it is a little cocky, I will say.
Nah, you just give up.
Yeah, it's a doobie little jover.
I mean, there was hope. There was like determination. Undertale, like we saw it for a second, and then it just went all downhill once Jad picked it back up. But yeah, I mean, unfortunate way to lose on the side of tie lines. They still had the spirit in them. They just didn't have the 4th with them. So that'll take us to Game 4 and Manta Maria next.
Yeah, and I mean, props to Tie Lines for still fighting out that match really well. That Rainmaker was shooting for their life, like we were saying earlier. And, you know, even though they were kind of up against the world, right, they had to make that KO to actually win the match, which is a very tall order. Like, you have to get that wipe conveniently, and then you have to run for your life, and you have to hope that you actually check it before they get off their respawn. It still played out relatively well. I think that heading into this next match here, assuming that they have that fourth of theirs, get their hopefully routers sorted a little bit, I think that we might see a potential reverse sweep type situation still. It can't be understated how strong the team Tylines is still. They've really, like, just between that one match we already saw at the very beginning of the set, they can dominate. They can own a map very strongly, and they can just run with that objective like no tomorrow. So I'm still interested to see what they can pull out as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like Jad's not afraid to move around their comps. I mean, we've seen the Slosher pretty consistently, that Frozen. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are not happy about missiles coming back, becoming more relevant. But we'll see if they change things up. I mean, there's still GG strikes on both sides with the Slosher, but I'm curious to see if they swap anything just to accommodate for more annoying specials that tend to work well in tower control, namely like a Booyah Bomb or something along the like.
Yeah, and we did see that S-Blast come out from them earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, we do see Tylines bring out that new Booyah Bomb Stamper.
I knew it! I wanted to call it. I should have called it. I lied. It's Tylines that likes to mix it up.
And they have a pretty strong comp here, too. They have 2 displacement specials via the Tri-Strikes and then also the Booyah Bomb. And they got that Initiator in the Crab, too. So, you know, they have the tools necessary here to actually make something stay around and just continue a push.
Yeah, and Jad is not doing the greatest right now. They went 3 down, and now Thailand's using this opportunity pretty well. Honestly, I thought it was a little unfortunate that at first the Sticker Stamper had Booyah Bomb and went down with it, but then I realized they had Cooler, so it was really not that bad, all things considered. So they have the specials, at least a Tri-Strike, to, you know, keep this push going through arguably probably the hardest part to get through on this map with tower control, I would say.
Oh, absolutely, I agree there. And I mean, look at these different members of Thailand. You have this Splash-O-Matic here taking a dive behind into the enemy's little tip here, and they're getting great picks. They're able to drop a Booyah Bomb well enough. They got them chipped, and the rest of the members of Thailand are able to come in and finish up some kills here. That bucket, once again, they, like, earlier in that first game, they were really doing an amazing job at just really owning the objective and pushing forward and holding it, and they did a good job there of being able to inch it forward a bit more as well. And now it's going to be up to Jad here. They have to push forward, and they do have some tools like the missiles coming out. It's displacing weapons here like the Stamper pretty well. The Stamper even going down, so we may see the tides turn a little bit. Just time will tell.
Yeah, that was a little bit of no hope. I mean, once you're sitting in that position, there's not really anywhere to go. You can't really back up, you'll fall into the water, and we will make fun of you live on stream. Or you have to go to the wall, which is not really the safest escape. So that was a little unfortunate, and we see Jad starting to get some points here. But honestly, with this kind of lead that Thailand's put up, I mean, we haven't seen this kind of, like, strong, adventurous lead at the beginning of the match since game 1. So I'm feeling a little bit nostalgic here.
No, I agree as well, and it's been fun to see kind of that energy come out from the side of Tylines again. This Headit doing a great job of owning that top right snipe as well, and now being able to also transition onto the tower. Members of Jad here kind of staggered up again, just like how we saw at the beginning of the match. The tower's just continuing to march forward. Booyah Bomb coming out for more extra displacement. The Crab coming out to say, no, I don't think you're going to be able to touch the tower just yet. And I guess, yet again, with some of those tools out, I don't know if they're actually going to be able to, you know, successfully hold this push as long as they were maybe looking for, but if they can get key jumps in like this bucket here, maybe.
1v1 of the century right there, hopefully. Thailand with a risky jump saving against 2 before going down. Talk about value, but it's still not, I mean, overall though, you didn't get a good view of it, but this tower is still going towards the sides of Thailand instead of into the base of Jad, so despite all their efforts, it didn't really go that far. Splashdown gets nothing. That's unfortunate from the Nautilus there. Yeah, but I mean, hey, you know, they're keeping this game alive. They still have a minute 30. It's not, you know, over. It's push is possible, but you know, they're gonna have to stop tie lines, especially with this cooler going down now.
No, agreed. And, you know, I think we haven't seen Jad have the chance yet to really push a special push of their own without using it to help them break out. Like, once we've been at that neutral point in mid, they haven't really had a chance to actually just move forward at the end of the day. Like, they cleared the first check, they just got in front of the second check, and they haven't really moved further than that. So, I'm kind of curious if they'll actually be able to get further.
Yeah, it's hard though. It's like that second check is just like, it's genuinely walking through the pits of hell because, I mean, especially when you have like I mentioned, AoE fall-off weapons. I mean, you're getting shot by somebody you can't even see, and like, I'm convinced I'm getting like shot from like somewhere I can't actually see. I couldn't think of anything to compare it to, but if I can't shoot you, but you can shoot me, that feels a little unfair. And it's just tight. It's tight. It's claustrophobic. I feel like in the back rooms, it's not a fun, you know, place to push through. And Thailand's is honestly lucky they've made it past that point because now they're like, ah, finally, relief. You just have to defend here.
Yo, I agree there for sure. And I mean, this tower, like, Thailand keeps playing to that advantage, right? They have the specials online. Look, they got the strikes, they got the booyah, they got even the grab. They're popping the booyah right now. There are 5 seconds left. Even if they were able to break through that booyah and land on the tower, the strikes are still there. You're kind of just cooked.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the situations in tower control. I think that's the one thing people don't like about tower control the most. It's like, once you get past that 30-second mark, like, comebacks are near impossible, because it's like, I know what I will do. Well, unless you get creative. You have to get creative. You have to go, it's, the mission operandi is target in on that one person who has that ability and just like 3-man run it at that person with one on the tower. That's literally the mission, and unfortunately Jad cannot get that, and now we're headed to a game 5 here.
Yeah, game 5 on none other than Zone Sturgeon Shipyard.
I haven't seen this in a minute.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely a map mode of all time. I think a lot of people can agree on that. Like, this is a map that is in the video game, right? But you know, this was a somewhat popular pick in Splatoon 2. Like, it would show up from time to time if you were playing a tournament back then. And guess what team is running the, like, evil Splatoon 2 special? It's Jad. Jad has that Fro Pro on him.
Dude, I don't know why, but I thought you were talking about the other one. But then it's Splatoon 2, so there's a lot of them.
Oh, there really are. My bad.
When I see this map, I don't know why, but I think of Stingray more than anything. Probably because it's Sturgeon Shipyard and ST, you know, starts there. But regardless, I mean, there was a lot of evil specials in Splatoon. But yeah, the one you're talking about is missiles, and it's just not fun, especially on a map like this, where I mean, it's pretty open, all things considered, if you're on the zone. But yeah, there's certain areas where it's a little, like I mentioned earlier, like claustrophobic, and missiles don't help with that kind of stuff. But yeah, here we are. We're getting into this game here. Thailand's getting the first flip, and it seems like, yeah, they were able to push out Jad pretty convincingly, and they have, you know, the opportunity to push for more now that they have a crowd. They have Booyah Bomb. It's kind of like, I mentioned nostalgia earlier, but you had everything. You had everything. Don't do that. Well, anyway, they're back, and the zone is still very firmly in the side of Thailand's. Remember, if you ever need help, make sure to reach out to your loved ones, no matter how good life may be going. You never know. Not sponsored by BetterHelp, but yeah, Thailand is kind of being dominant here. Zones is their mode, and they're here to stay. I mean, it's giving you, you know, flashbacks from map 1. Can Jad neutralize? No, that was Swift.
This game
You know
came
what?
as quickly as it came, or left as quickly as it came.
Yeah. I think like what we were able to really see them dominate with was, in particular, just how like paint heavy their weapons kind of are. Like they have the splash, which is one of the strongest painting weapons in this game, plus has a burst bomb on it, right? And has crab. Like this is actually a really good map for crab if you get it set up on the enemy's snipe. Like suddenly you just have free reign of like practically all of their entry points. And I think they did do that at one point if I recall correctly. And like once that happens, like you just kind of low-key lost like 25 seconds from the clock, practically, of like being able to go from point A of I'm leaving my spawn to point B of I am actually making an active attempt of flipping the zone, right?
Yeah.
So it's just so tough.
Yeah, it was so difficult. I mean, I was like saying it might already be over once we saw, like you mentioned, that crab sat up in that higher up position, just shooting down, because you kind of do have like it's like open range hunting. Like you have like so many targets to just shoot at. There's no real cover to really deal with, and then you also have a booyah bomb to cover anybody coming on the left or just wherever the most amount of people were located. And it's just like, man. Yeah, you have to spend so many resources just to get back into to the zone, and then now you're like, well, now what? I gotta hit the zone, and it was kind of worse because what was the first map for split zones?
Oh, it was on Mako.
Mako. Yeah, that one doesn't have nearly a. I mean, does it? I mean, I guess it could. Depends on how they played it, and they definitely played it in that way. They know how to lock out and keep you out, and I would say that's Thailand's specialty. So, I will say zones definitely in their favor to have a zones preferred map list.
No, absolutely. And we're gonna see them yet again. And we're gonna be seeing if we go to another game 5, 2 zones maps. So I think it's potentially going to be in our next team's here's interest to not let that happen if we see that energy come out from Thai Lions again. But in particular, let's talk about this next set a bit more. We have Thai Lions going up against 129, 129 being our top seed of the tournament. A really stacked group. You talked about them a little bit earlier, CKK. They were on Trading Cup, correct?
Yes, they were. They got second place. They went down to Kings. I don't remember who's on that roster, but I mean, I like calling this like a very EU Weekly Warrior pickup here. And for certain, that's definitely the case. I mean, we have Owl, we have Acer, we have Kit Kat, and we have Mickey from Vanguard. Lots of talents here, very recognizable players. So they're gonna have a hard time getting through, pushing through this to get into losers finals on the side of Thai Lines. So we'll see if 129 will fall once again, or if they will continue to be the gatekeepers that stop teams below them from making it back into this grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. Let's take a look at what we're about to potentially see here, though, which is going to be crab leg zones. What are your thoughts on crab leg zones, CKK? I sometimes I'm like, oh, this is kind of neat, and then sometimes I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I would say so. I mean, it has very je ne sais quoi. You have to jump off a cliff just to get back into the zone kind of situation there. And I mean, we saw Thai Lines do pretty well with that, especially more so on Mako Mart than anything. And it could be fun sometimes. I mean, I was playing it earlier in the rotation. It wasn't the worst thing ever, but it's lots of greats. And you're having to deal with a lot of, basically playing the game on 2 separate levels. That's such a cool idea, but also really a pain in the butt, especially if you're a shorter range weapon. So we'll have to see how things go. I think if I had to give it a rating out of 10, 6 out of 10. It's a little more interesting than meh. Yeah, it has its good sides, it has its downsides, but I'm interested to see how it plays out here, because like I said, it kind of operates on 2 separate planes, the greats and the lower end.
And what's really nice about some of the other variations of this map, really practically every single other variation of it to some extent, is that you have that second way of entering your opponent's plat area, right? On zones, you don't have that option. If you want to have forward pressure in any capacity, you have to go up that grates, or at least part of the grates, and that's something that most teams are not going to do. So you have to play this so much more differently. You have to practically be just a few steps in front of the zone at best in order to defend it if you don't want to be in the zone while defending. And that's typically not the most fun, I will not lie.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of like Museum, honestly, more than anything, where you just kind of have to, like I said, the name of the game is sit underneath a ledge and just like make sure they don't have a fun time trying to get like underneath out from outside of the ledge, basically. And like I said, Thailand, I think if they're able to, you know, win that first fight, they have proven themselves to be pretty good at that. But, you know, yeah, it's a different type of play, especially compared to something like Sturgeon Shipyard, like we saw, which is a whole different philosophy, where it's more like get high ground as soon as possible and just rain down once you get the advantage. So yeah, I mean, I think there is some interesting things. Like I said, it's mostly reserved for these longer range weapons, like for example, you know, a lot of long range chargers and other long range weapons, particularly like being on the grates, because it offers, you know, new places to sit up on. Obviously, it's not as effective for other weapons, because what are you going to do sitting on the grates in the middle of nowhere if you don't have really too many opportunities to hit people? So we'll have to see if, you know, either team decides to rock with a pen, because we didn't see a pen that last set at all. So I'm pretty sure 129 is gonna rock a pen. So the pen is probably gonna be up on those grates having a good time. But I do worry for the Headit, because the Headit is not gonna get nearly as much mileage sitting on those grates, and it's gonna have to find a new way to play.
Yeah, this isn't a very good map for Headed in general, unfortunately. Like, the only spots that you can have any sort of meaningful, like, impact on the game, and it's not even, like, as effective as it could be, is if you position forward on that kind of right chunk in front of the zone once you're pushed up. But you have to play to that little Tetris block to the best of your ability, and that's not always going to be the most convenient. Plus, you're just exposed from so many top angles, so we do see that Headit still come out despite those concerns. Our members here from Thailands are running their same comp from the previous games. Colors are swapped here. Apologies for that, but yeah, a brave choice here.
Yeah, but it seems to be working out pretty well. I mean, defensively, it's not too bad though. Oh.
Are you
well,
sure?
yeah. Even the words here. We do see a little bit of aggression. They did go through those grates. I mean, why not? You know, when you have the wipeout, you might as well. When in Rome, right? But yeah, it's not looking too great on the side of Thailand's having to make it through here and try to reclaim this area. It looks like they're gonna get the treatment that they were dishing out from the last set.
No, they really are right now. Look at that Rapid getting the directs at the very end there. They got two. That guy was cooking. Props to them on that little endeavor there.
I have to guess.
No, I think you may be right about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at these crabs going into each other too. This is such an evil crab to be taking off the side. Is it going to necessarily stop them from pushing in? No, but hey, I don't know if you'll be able to actually get past it anyways.
That was a slaughter. Take your textbooks. Write down some notes for any of those that we're watching. We're watching some Premier Zones like gameplay.
Actually, though, note to self: invest in Rapid Pro stocks. Apparently,
if you could shoot. Oh no, it's pretty good regardless. So.
I mean, regardless, it's not bad at all. But hey, if you can hit those directs, suddenly you just became the most dangerous player, arguably, on the map.
Agreed. I mean, I can use it, and I'm pretty doo-doo at this game. So, like, if anybody could do it, if I could do it, anybody could do it. So, yeah, the stocks are way up, especially now that there's a cooler variant. Obviously, you have to be a little creative with what you run with it. But I don't know. We've seen some pretty creative stuff. A lot of double. Oh, not in the Western Sea, but a lot of double cooler on it. So I'm interested in that. The stocks are way up for that. But yeah, that was a dominant game. But these weekly warriors are familiar with splat zones, but are they as familiar with tower control as we head to Museum Del Fontino? Maybe they do. I mean, they do play in paddling pool from time to time. So I think that's all modes as well. So I'm sure they do have some experience. So we'll see if Thai Lines can pick it up and match them on tower control. Museum Del Fontino.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what happens there as well. We did see last set that the weak point for Thai Lines was definitely those non-zones modes. And it came to the point where they almost lost the set off of it, actually.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to really hold down the ground here. I think they are in a slightly better spot, though. Their specials are a bit more biased towards the museum, just all of the cover that you have here. But yeah, let's see what happens here as we open up the game.
A decent trade there, I can't lie. But a trade is not ideal in the situation when, you're already like leading points. And right now they're trying to get a stop to this tower. I think they're going to be able to touch and punish this jump. Yeah, they're able to. So it looks like... Oh, they might even punish this crab. If they're able to do that, that's going to be a big opening for this game. Never mind. This pencil is a real bro. And actually bailed this crab. I mean, the crab ended up dying anyway, right? No?
Yeah, they didn't get any value out of that crab. That crab spent its entire lifetime in the curled up rolling mode. But hey, that pen jumping out might have opened up the opportunity here for them to highlight to get a push up. This rapid ending up opting to jump into the water, overtaking the L.
Worth! You got it post-mortem. Hey, you know what? That's what I'm saying, like, sometimes, and I do this person, sometimes it's absolutely worth it to jump off if you're able to get the kill without getting killed back. Yes, you die, but you didn't die to your end. You chose the way out.
Chose your way out. Hey, I respect it. Look, sometimes you have to go for the saucy play.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of saucy plays, I'm pretty sure those tri-strikes ended up getting 2 on the tower, which is uncharacteristic on the side of 129 to go down to that. But hey, we'll take it.
Don't know if I would be peeking that pencil if I was the Splash-O-Matic, but I don't know if I would be peeking the Stamper if I was the pencil either, So hey, they're kind of foils to each other, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean that's what we call well-rounded team content there. But yeah, Thailand's struggling, fighting for their lives just to get a few points, trading back and forth is what they know best. We saw a lot of that. And I mean, hey, it's a good philosophy, eye for an eye. I actually don't know how the rest of that goes. It's eye for an eye. What else for nose? I don't know, but yeah, we definitely go tit for tat. Nose for nose. Catch your nose. But it looks like there's a possibility that we get to the second check. Are we going to see a lead swap? We do. That's exciting. Now Thailand get a little bit of respite going into the rest of this 2 minutes in this match.
I don't know if I would be jumping necessarily there if I was a Stamper, but you know what? I kind of relate to that energy. On my team, I'm typically the crazy Stamper decap that's jumping into the enemy tank. And you know what? Half the time, I will say I do get that pick, but you don't always get the funny pick.
Yeah. Oh, this machine going in, trying to do more. This Booyah Bomb getting a lot of value, stopping a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the Stamper still gets the pick. And now, 129 is responding in kind. They didn't really like that, statement that they were trying to make by getting the lead. And the Booyah Bomb
Yeah, honestly, that Booyah Bomb's placement came in clutch. Holy moly. We had to pause there for a second, just like taking in everything that was happening on the screen.
That was honestly, I had to watch that with bated breath, because like, this Stamper is giving me the chills. Like, I'm kind of scared, getting so much value, getting 2, still surviving. I mean, it has, even if it died right now, I mean, there's cooler. So, definitely saving this game, I would argue, keeping the lead at all costs.
All of these pushes that Thai Lines have been able to get were because that Stamper was able to get a pick on specifically the pencil. This pencil has been the thorn in the side of Thai Lines, who's enabled 129 to just get every single push and major play they've gotten so far. And Uh-oh. With only that headed up on the side of Thailand's, with a wipeout even, I think we're going to see the lead swap back.
Yeah, it might be over. It's like I said, that 30-second rule. I mean, you can't count people out, but when you get this build up, I mean, do they have a Trix? I mean, they have a Crab, they have a Booyah. Yeah, it's going to be a GG Booyah is what I am going to predict here. And it might seem like they're going to keep going. They might even get past this last checkpoint, and just, you know, end out the game here. I spoke too soon. It's just Mickey alive and get absolutely. Oh wait, no, there's one more.
Yeah, they do have to play to the tower, and the splash is causing enough damage to potentially stall the game, but still, we do see the tower under the control, for now, of Thailand's. Commentator's curse. You see 3 go down at the exact same time.
No. Hey, this one was way closer than the first game, though, I will say.
I gotta agree with that, and that's honestly pretty cool to see, because Thailand's previously, they struggled on those non-zones maps, and then we saw them last match, they got pretty heavily stomped on that zones map, but they were able to turn around for the most part here on tower, so I'm not going to count them out just yet.
Yeah, but, you know, they definitely did struggle the most on Clan Blitz and Rainmaker, and this next 2 modes are going to be Clan Blitz and Rainmaker, and they need to win those to stay in this set, because it is a best of 5, and they're on their last leg. 129 is up 2-0, and they just need one more to secure a spot in losers final. So we'll have to see if 129 is able to close it out, or if they're gonna have to, you know, struggle against a Thailand that's, you know, backs against the wall, has to put everything into this tournament.
You know, I think something I've taken away from what we've seen so far of both of these teams tonight is that Thailand's is very powerful on maps where they have options to escape their spawn, and they have different ways of genuinely just gaining control of the map. And I think Museum, even though it's not the cleanest map necessarily in the grand scheme of things to fit that definition, it definitely does it better than most. And if you see where I'm going here, I don't know if this map here plays to their strengths necessarily, from what we've seen so far.
Yeah. Particle and Dive is not... It's a very unforgiving map. It
really is.
It's not for the faint-hearted or those who could handle the points going down. Because if you can't handle sitting there and just watching the points go down as you prep for your next push, you get antsy, it will punish you. It will look at you very sternly and be like, "Well, enjoy losing." At least as the other team is willing to, you know, play it to its strengths. And Paintbrush.
All right. I think that was their Stamper play, right? So the Stamper opting for the Paintbrush instead with the Wave Breaker. Interesting choice there. They did lose out on a re-up, but if they can get the value of the Paintbrush, it may be worth it. Unfortunately, said Paintbrush is going down at the start of the match here, but still plenty of opportunities still moving forward. 129 though, just dominating. I don't think Thailand's even had the opportunity to stand on their stack for more than a second.
Yeah, they absolutely did not. And now there's 3 down. This is mounting a push. It seems like they don't have too many clans, but they could pick up way more in the map if they're able to keep this control. And it's, we mentioned, it's Barnacle and Dimes, so there's definitely an opportunity to keep that control. And that they are. The Paintbrush is going down. We're going down to 33, I believe that is, already. Wow, what a first statement lead here. And they might even go for more. That they do.
So
I mean,
yeah.
Okay, it's over now. Yeah, it's over now.
It's over. Yeah, 70 points to start off the match. Just a minute now having passed. Not bad at all. I'm kind of surprised that they actually found the clams on the map to support that, because Clam Blitz is notorious for sometimes you just get those god spawns, right? Like everything just coincidentally appears right next to you and spawns next to you. But then sometimes it's like there's nothing anywhere. Like what are you supposed to do?
And I feel like people don't play this mode enough to like know the timings. I don't even know the timings. That's an Incopedia question, honestly. As 129 scores once again, gets past their penalty, but there's just a pen left, gets one more, leaving it at 19. But I don't think they're gonna score anymore unless there was a mysterious jump that I didn't know of, leaving Thailands with another pity clam, and they got to make sure they save this one to see if they can, start bouncing from that.
Yeah, it seems like we are seeing the tides sort of start to gradually shift a little bit. Definitely nothing is solidified just yet, but Thailand's is starting to find some new opportunities as the match goes on. Unfortunately, we do see them start to stagger a little bit, team members going down. Clams going to the hands of 129, and they're getting ready for a push of their own here now. This blaster, by the way, I think we need to go back to giving them some props. They've been hitting so many clean shots.
Yeah, absolutely. But before I do that big rush, getting some value getting through there before going down themselves. Yeah, Mickey's going crazy, but Mickey does go down. And right now, it looks like an opportunity. I mean, there's a tactical or 2v2 situation right now, but it doesn't look like on the side of Thailand they have, the people to really back up this next push. As 129 starts getting ready to start their own. I mean, they don't really have the plans for it, but they're scrapping and they're looking for fights. They're winning them.
They are winning them. They are coming out on top for the most part, I think. But yeah, we haven't seen Thailand have the opportunity yet to really gain too much ground. This bucket here, fighting for their life, trying to find an angle, but not necessarily getting anything off it. The paintbrush definitely being the playmaker so far for the side of Thailand's. They're trying to find some picks. They haven't landed necessarily a splat just yet. We do see them get a good sloshing machine pick there, but they do end up trading out. Not that you want to see if you're trying to get some clams on your side.
Yeah, and it's not looking too great because Thailand can't find their footing. I mean, they're not, just falling over, but I also don't think 129 is really pushing to try and get more points. I mean, they're like, 19's a comfortable lead. We don't really need to, bend over backwards to get, 19 more points or however many more points they need to get. It's more on Thailand to actually step up and try to mount that push, and they're just not able to. At best, they're just trading evenly or, getting the advantage, but not able to push it in. And it looks like, I'm going to eat my words, possibly. 129's building up 2 clams, and they might just want to end the game out with just a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, it seems like that might end up being the case here. We do see the 2 power fighters from the side of Thailand's go down. The Splashmatic fighting for their life, trying to find a decent flank opportunity or distract long enough. Not necessarily finding anything just yet. This bucket also doing their best to try to just stall this push here. So far, 129 actually hasn't scored just yet. It seems like they missed that ball earlier. Nevertheless, nothing yet is going to happen. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't necessarily even see a score.
Yeah, it's not looking good at this point. Yeah, they're not really even like you said, started it. They're just bullying them for the sake of bullying them a little bit and just keeping them out. But they are trying their best to get some hits in and see if they can at least build up a clam and see what they can do from there. They do have a singular clam, so this overtime still gonna exist. I believe 129 wanted to just keep a clam up so that way at the very end they could dunk it in, but now it seems like that plan has been foiled, and Thailand finally has some real advantage here with some clams to at least get some points in. Will it go down to 19? There's only one way to tell.
Yeah, it seems like we're just going to see the ball and go here. Now the OT clock is really ticking. Already halfway done. We see a couple clams going for the side of Thailand, but unfortunately only this head staying up, this head now also going down. And that's going to be the match here from the looks of it. There's not really a chance for Thailand to sprint over to the other side of the map, right?
Yeah, there was... Yeah, that was... Writing was on the wall when 4 went down in overtime. You hate to see it, especially once you actually get the clam and you fight. It's such a struggle sometimes. Just to get the clam in there. And when you do it in overtime, you're like, yes, we did it! And then you only get 26 points. Oh. Well. And now 4 of you are dead.
It might be just a little bit Jover.
You might be, and you just have to awkwardly sit there with wipeout on the screen, and everyone's just staring at each other awkwardly, like, well, we won. And it's just like, man, after all that effort, yeah.
I mean, good effort from both sides, though. Thailand's being able to honestly even get a push in the context of the way that match was going. Definitely have to commend them for that. They even got a few additional clams on the board.
Mhm.
It's kind of difficult to figure out how to play into certain weapons and comps, right? When you have like a set thing that really works well for your group and you typically tend to succeed with well enough. We did see some experimentation towards the end there via that paintbrush alt pick, which I think was able to play actually surprisingly well for them in the grand scheme of things, but it did take them maybe a little bit longer than they would have liked for it to really settle in the grand scheme of the match. We did see that paintbrush go down a few too many times towards the beginning where maybe they didn't get the value they were seeking, but yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah.
definitely interesting to see how these teams played into each other.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with the paintbrush pick. I mean, I was a little skeptical at first, especially with the way that the beginning of the game was going. But it's like what you said. As the game went on, they kind of start getting into the groove with it. And although personally, I don't think it's really, especially in those situations, not to just parody the "you should never die," rhetoric, even though it's true a lot of the time. Even in just going 2 for 1 doesn't really win you the game or even guarantee that you're really going to have a significant advantage, especially in a world where like cooler is very prevalent. And especially if you don't already have the advantage, jump ins are just going to be realistic. The weight of each death in this game very heavily depends on the state of the game and what's up and what's available. So like even just going 2 down, 2 for 1 isn't always like something that's going to be advantageous for you. And I felt like even once the paintbrush was kind of online and doing that, it just wasn't getting the value that going 2 for 1 was really worth. I mean that felt more like it was just going even, and you don't want something that could just go even. You want something that could really change the tides of the game. But again, I mean that paintbrush was putting in work once it came online, so I'm not gonna bash it. I just think that's more of an issue with the weapon itself.
No, for real, I agree with that. And I mean, when you see certain weapons that the opponent has working really well, like they had that Rapid Pro, I believe, on the side of 129, right? That weapon, like, in of itself can be intimidating, but you do have the ability to sometimes rush it down as well if you play your cards right. When you have a player holding that weapon that is consistently hitting their directs, you suddenly have to play the game a little bit more differently. And I don't know if paintbrush was necessarily the play within that immediate context. Was it working well for them after a certain point? Yes. Is it the tool that was the answer to the problem? I don't know if it necessarily was. I think that there may have been other options. I don't know if the Booyah Stamper necessarily was the tool for it either, because obviously they swapped off of it for a reason, right? They were looking for something different to spice things up a bit, to play into what they were feeling a bit better, and I respect all of that. But from the looks of here, I want to take a look at what we got going on for bracket and the grand scheme of things moving forward. We're actually going to be heading straight into grand finals now, with Artifice going up against 129. This is going to be our second seed versus our first seed, so kind of battle for the ages. These are two fairly equally matched teams, I would argue, in the grand scheme of things, despite them both being these really strong competitors. Due to some upsets, we actually didn't see them fight each other previously. This isn't like a rematch situation where they saw each other in winter bracket finals, for instance, right? This is the first time they're actually fighting each other here today.
It's going to be interesting because we did see Artifice, besides the Captain Happy sub out for Fox. Maybe Fox has just been on vacation. They have been playing with not an inconsistent fourth, but that fourth has been around quite a bit. For the most part, they're a pretty coordinated team, and we're going to have to see, generally pick up. So it's going to be interesting to see, what wins out. Just really good solo queue warriors, or not solo queue, but you know what I mean. Just pick up warriors. Who's gonna win out? Just mechanically really good players, or is the power of friendship and teamwork gonna, take us all the way? Also, I'm assuming Teto enjoyers, they did have to DQ or something along those lines.
Yeah, I guess to address that real quick, one of their players did have to leave for the night due to other obligations, so they did have to drop from the tournament, unfortunately. Still was really fun to see them here. They were definitely not a full surprise, but a little bit of a surprise like when it came to how they were able to actually play out the bracket, they 3-1'd against the top seed of our tournament tonight. And I think that they should pat themselves on the back for that. I was reading some of their chats earlier, and they were really popping off, having a lot of fun with how their sets were going. And they were pretty proud of themselves. And even the other team was like, hey, you actually played that really pretty well, everything considered. So just good stuff all around. Good to see the community in a happy state.
That's good. Rest in peace, the run. But you can't be too upset about third, like you said. So, yeah, we're going to be going into this set, though. Flat Zones, Hagglefish Market. And the amount of times I've heard this is a great equalizer, the final destination of Melee for Splatoon, or just something along those lines, is astounding. But do you have any hot takes about this map? What if you don't think it is?
What do I not think it is?
Yeah.
You're giving me a hard question now. I think that this map isn't as straight of a line as some people sometimes think it is. Yeah, I think that some people tend to think that, like, all you gotta do is force yourself through the mid and you're chilling, but there are so many times I've seen teams gone down to a flank, like a flank of the century, right? Even something crazy on the left side where you had a machine that just, or even a carbon, like they just proceed to kill everyone on the other side with like practically no effort, just because they weren't minding that side of the map as much as they should have. So heading into the map here, we see 129
right now.
Yeah, 129 popping off a little bit with their own plays.
Yeah, and 129 definitely starting off that opening, forcing Sam, I believe it was Sam, to have to, back out and try to regroup with the team. But honestly, good awareness on Sam to realize, you know what, maybe I'm a little too far forward. Look, I can help the team, because it's definitely looking like that might be helping the situation, as 129 loses control and Artifice finally flips his zone to keep this specific map alive.
I mean, this is where it's going to come down to who can make that special pod play out to the best of their ability, with both members having most of their teammates up on the side. Arctis is going to try to break through right now. You see different trades on the board, but they're still trying to fight out best they can. The sword here, unfortunately going down, probably putting an end to their push for now. But will Splaster get caught out? Seems like they made it out.
Yeah, for now, but it's not looking great on the side of 129 when it's just Mickey alive, but it doesn't matter because Mickey's able to get at least one pick on bounds before possibly going down, jumping out. What's the play here? Mickey don't have much time left. Fighting their way through. Maybe this killer will get one more post-mortem. No. Still going down that long, staying alive. Being a thorn in the side is definitely a win in my book, especially considering the fact that it saves you a lot more time than you think. And it's also, stopping a lot of the advantage that it's kind of like what I was talking about, going 2-for-1. Kind of depends on how you do it. That's probably one of the best ways to do it right there.
Yo, for sure. And like, look at this zone here. It's getting stalled out to no end. And there's like Kraken's like getting launched across that map, right?
Also, it was balanced out. I think that's Sam's player. Yeah.
All good. Really great grab here from the side of 129. It only caused a lot of pressure. It kind of just, denied that standard the abilities to actually beat up in any meaningful capacity. Being stuck behind that type of squad and not being able, unfortunately, to avoid much of themselves. Barvis trying to round up their players here. You see the crowd go up, unfortunately going down to that blast here. They'll just distract enough and get a pick there. Kraken coming up trying to distract a little bit on the right side, but if you have all your members on the right side and not at the zone, I don't think you're going to be able to paint the zone.
It's over.
Yeah, it is a little over.
I didn't expect that. I mean, you look at the zone right now, that looks flipped to me. But yeah, that's just not enough for Splatoon 3 standards. So yeah, that game is over in the side of 129. They definitely won a lot of their fights. Like I mentioned, the Mechanical Warriors here, especially on the side of Mickey, saving them when they were down. They just they were able to win it out in that sense. But will they continue to win it out on non-zones modes? The real question.
I think that they could definitely still come through. Like, both that, in the grand scheme of things, that set was actually pretty close. We did see the members of Artifice kind of struggle to get themselves together with enough time in order to re-enter the zone. Unfortunately, maybe realizing a little bit too late that, oh, we need to be a bit further up. But I think, like, at this point, right, if you're either side even, you've done a little bit of a vibe check, you've done a little bit of calibration, you know what to expect. Artifice also, by the way, they just came off of a little bit of a break of being the winner bracket gamers here. So I think that coming to this next set here on Clanblitz Scorch Gorge, it may be a little bit of a different story with the power from all their different fighting weapons, like their 96, their Stamper, their other tools they have in their arsenal.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see about that, but we are going to Clanblitz on Sport. Wait, no, Discord. Yeah, Discord. Sorry, there's no text. I need the text sometimes. I've been still trying to get used to it. Or am I wrong? I am right? I'm not crazy, right?
Wait, what were you saying?
Oh, that we're going to Scorch Gorge. It is Scorch. It is
Oh,
Scorch.
yeah, we are going
Okay.
to Scorch Gorge. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I was gonna say I really enjoy Scorch Gorge. I think it's a very fun map to watch. I think it has a lot of interesting, things to watch about it. But personally, I will have to say, in terms of Scorch Gorge, I think Clanblitz is the most fun to watch of it. I'm not a fan of Splatzone's Scorch Gorge. I think it's alright. It's just like any other Splatzone's map, but Clanblitz is where it's at, and Clanblitz is what we have at home. So we're gonna have to get right into it with going down as the first pick of this game. And 129, but it looks like 129 didn't have too much to say back after taking down Pita and taking down Bounce, because 129 is gonna have to settle with 3 down and a jump out, and it looks like, even though it's Clanblitz, getting that early wipeout isn't over and everything. It looks like Artifice is gonna have a good time. Never mind, I lied. On the side of 129, this S-Blast is able to get, 3, 4? And finally scoring into their clan basket. For some points, not a lot.
Okay, not maybe as many as you would want, but it was still a push nevertheless, and they had a lot of control of the map that they could carry through with here. Members of Artifice starting to move up again. Pita going down. That's going to be your main fighter from the side of Artifice, so maybe not the cleanest look yet, but they still have a lot of good stuff going on. They're looking to maybe get set up with the help of their 10 and then Pita back up on the board as well. That Saki machine going down is going to be a little bit concerning for the members of 129. Don't want to see that Booyah on display.
Yeah, and it seems like here... Oh, it's a back and forth, but it's kind of in the advantage of 129. I mean, you're just looking at that map. The paint is definitely on the side of 129. They have the most map control. They're the ones who can build up... well, I was going to say build up a decent amount of time, but now they have 0 on the scoreboard, so it's looking like just Artifice is building it up, and Artifice is starting to build up a lead back to him. And squid bagging, as we could see, on the side of Bounds. Game's not over. You're down.
Yeah, no, game's not over at all. And like, I can see the vision with some of these newer picks here from Artifice. Like, that new Splash has been kind of a little bit of a sleeper hit, I would say, in the grand scheme of things. Like, that mist on it is like that ink mist, right? Like, you have so much map control that you can gain off of that and really confidence in your map. Like, that mist has allowed the Dragon to come off like move forward. It's allowing the 10 to get to the and now we're seeing some additional drops here. Artifice is doing their best to just catapult themselves forward.
Yeah, except the issue is you gotta control this S-Blaster, so I'm pretty sure... Oh, squid bagging back. I'm pretty sure it's Mickey on this S-Blast. Yeah, taking some shots back, and it's like what I said, you can't be squid bagging more yet. I mean, the game's not over, we just started and you're down. And it's like, now we're in a precarious situation, but it's like what you said, that Mist does a really good job on getting control back and stopping the bleeding. But right now they don't need the bleeding to stop, they need to get in, and it looks like they're gonna be able to score for the first time this set, or this map. Ooh, getting some points in, but they need 10 more. That's 4 more clans. Never mind, they got a whole big clan in there. Yeah, now we can start the split bagging party if you want to do that. But you got a minute and a half still going into this game. So again, save the celebrations towards the end, guys. I love a little bit of split bagging. We need to secure the dog before we do start celebrating. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. It's not over yet, but Artifice does have the lead though, and there's just a little bit over a minute left of the game. And I don't know, if I'm Artifice, you just have to hold your rank down best you can. You do see 2 members down, he's getting balls in. Shifting! That's a big lead. Yeah, this might be game end. They have to find picks now. This is not a later thing, this is a now thing.
They have to stop this right now, but they're not. This is it. If they could get 2 more in. Oh, 129 could not, but it's 40 seconds on the clock. There is a pity claim on the side of Artifice, but they need a really good push like they just had, and they haven't gotten rid of all the rodents that are still sticking around in their side of the map, so it's like, they have a lot to get through before they even get a chance at, scoring at the clam basket and, getting that opportunity to get back into this game, but they do have at least this Kraken to work with, and they're going to pop it right now.
Yeah, that Kraken hopefully is going to enable them to push forward a bit more by giving them some good displacement opportunities. Unfortunately, not seeming to find really any crazy picks at S-Blast. What are they doing back there?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That might have bought them enough time to turn the tides of the match in their favor. This Krabby is just going to probably entirely deny them the ramp. Unfortunately, that does go down. Half of the OT's over. Booyah's up. Counter Booyah's up.
Sam!
Down. Do you have the ball in the basket? I don't see the ball in the basket.
Please? They didn't!
That ball did not break through the basket. I hate to inform you.
Generational throw. No. Literally and figuratively. Oh.
This is so sad.
That was so sad because Sam was going on the 1v2 of a lifetime. They were pushing up. They had the tactical ready. They were going to go back and build the clams. Even if they're going to go down, as long as they kept one alive, they could have kept jumping in. But just half a second is all they needed to buy to throw in the clam, and they just couldn't. It was spinning. It was drilling into the clam basket, but they just... Tragic. Tragedy has struck. A Shakespearean play indeed, and now they're gonna have to deal with the potential reset that can happen if they don't, clutch up and reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, I feel like sometimes teams forget that a bracket reset can occur, and I hope that Artifice has that unlocked that, okay, we do have a little bit of time to still turn this around in our favor. We could end this right now by going to that Game 5, or we could just be like, okay, let's recalibrate a little bit. We can take this a little bit easier. Let's pick ourselves up again. And even if we lose this next match, even if we lose the next 2 or 3, we can still come back for that bracket reset run and deny them the win here. It's still really either team's game when it comes to the tourney crown victory, but 129, it's hard to deny that they've had a lot of good control of the map and even really the modes too as a whole from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some back and forth. It's been pretty close. There wasn't anything that I could really sit here and be like, wow, that was absolutely dominant yet in this set, but it's not looking good, and Rainmaker could be an opportunity for that exact thing to happen, but we'll see what's gonna happen here. I think we're still running the new Splash-O-Matic, the Gecko, I'm pretty sure it's called, on Sam, which I think could get a lot more value on this map, because for the most part nobody really goes left with the Rainmaker, and going right past that checkpoint, it's going to be really hard. So it's really up to Artifice to get that first lead and then just walk out, but it's not looking like that, because right now it looks like things are going to the side of 129 as they're getting a possible check, unless I was going to say unless Artifice has something to say about it, but it seems like they do.
Yeah, absolutely here. And with a pretty good start here, everything considered, Looks like they're going to try to send that Rainmaker forward. We do see this Kraken, though, from 129. Doing a great job of getting a good, clean pick. It will cause some additional chaos, not necessarily find additional picks, but this is such a powerful position to be in if you're 129. You're right up against the opponent's check. If you have a check directly to the left of you, this is such a scary spot to be in if you're Artifice. Because you can just look. You can.
Oh no!
I guess
They missed the jump.
you have to make the jump. You have to get the jump first. But once you get that jump, it is so easy to get so
chat,
many
is it
points
over?
so fast. Ooh, it might not be over just yet. I'm getting some flashbacks right now to a set I think we commentated in our first round.
Yeah, but that one was a 3v4. We got a 4v4 right here, so it's a similar situation. It is a little bit of flashback throwback. Artifice is gonna have to knock out just to get through this because they have not had the best start. And of course, everything I say in this entire block is just, completely contradictory. Commentators curse in full effect because they did go through that left checkpoint, and now, they're sitting pretty. They don't really have to worry about pushing this thing again because why would you? That's a lot of work. And now they can just worry and sit back and just keep the Rainmaker out of their backyard. Not in my backyard, definitely not the Rainmaker. So it seems like Artifice has a long way to go if they want to, start the road of, closing out the set.
You know what I never realized? I never realized that window could hit the little bunker area and vice versa with even a sniper rifle. That's insane that this map is that tight in the grand scheme of things that you can have that much of an influence over the entirety of mid.
Yeah, it's deceptively large because it's a very rotund map. But very rotund, but yeah, basically from anywhere you get to have a lot of influence towards the center of it, but you don't get a lot of influence everywhere. Never mind, the Sniper Rider is bullying someone who's sharking right now. PETA's not very happy about it, but PETA gets one anyway, despite the odds, throwing a big booyah bomb towards, I'm not sure who's the Sniper Rider that decided to sniper, but regardless of the point, throws it towards the Sniper Rider 129, and now is gonna have to deal with it, but it doesn't matter because Kraken exists in this mode, and together ruins every possible push that could exist.
Yeah, Mikey being Mikey, that's kind of been the theme a lot of our set so far here. Just crazy moves, crazy flanks, crazy just position taking, being in spots that I don't think we necessarily expect them to be. But yeah, they're going for another push here on the Rainmaker, it seems like, and I don't blame them. You have nothing to lose. At the moment, Artifice hasn't even been playing the check, so they still have to go through that. And you have a lot of time on your side, why not? Just push this forward.
Yeah, why not, right? And, they're keeping things pretty pushed up because, look, unless Artifice decides to, reset it in any way, shape, or form, they've got an even longer road to go from. They're not starting from mid, they're starting from essentially what is their side of the map, and, you're still sitting nice in mid, so it's now a situation where you have a lot more to push through, and that's definitely the case. They have 30 seconds left, and, a wipeout, and it's not looking good. There's a possibility they could pick up this Rainmaker to start hiding, because they've got 30 seconds on the map, but that's always very dangerous, but it doesn't matter in my opinion, because, you really think they're going to make it past 6 points, no matter what you do with this Rainmaker, but they are just going to opt in too much inside.
Yeah, 129 opting to go for the reset. Something I'll admit I'm a little bit surprised by. They kind of get the vibe of the group gamers that they maybe go for something a little different, but hey, I respect the play. This is going to open up a chance for Artifice to attempt to break back in, but 129 just doing an extraordinarily good job at denying them just that extra chance at getting maybe that check down at the bare minimum. And now we're going to be in bracket reset, CKK.
Yeah, we're going into the reset, we're going the distance. As of late, I don't know, there's been a lot of top level tournaments that just have been go into game 10s. Yeah, as personally a streamer, that's been quite the quite the journey, quite the marathon. But it looks like 129 is, despite going down very early to Teto enjoyers, they want to try and close this out because they think they are the rightful owners to this trophy, to the $40, to this badge, and the qualification seat to a future tournament. It does say that this is qualifier, or is it top 2 that qualify? Could you refresh us on that?
Yeah, so as things currently stand, we are planning on having all of these different variations and editions of Ctrl+Ink+Delete lead up to an invitational tournament that is yet to be fully announced, but as a part of that tournament, we're planning on inviting all of the individual Ctrl+Ink+Delete winners, and then also a handful of what we'll call wildcard picks that had notable runs. Maybe they had notable upsets. But teams like that will also be allowed into the tournament and invited. So we're looking to hopefully get a good mix of gamers, everything considered, and it should hopefully be a great time. But yeah, we still got that bracket reset nevertheless, CKK. Once again, resetting the score here. And we're going to be on Sturgeon Zones. Definitely, we talked about before, map mode of all time. And it's going to be hydrogen bomb into hydrogen bomb.
Yeah, it really will be. But honestly, we've been seeing 129 be pretty dominant on this splat zones, but hey, it's Artifice to draw first blood this time. The real question is, are they able to walk out the same way we saw 129 walk out a previous team earlier in this block? So it's we're gonna have to see it. It looks like they're struggling to do so. I mean, Bounce is able to get one, but that's only one. Meanwhile, they are 2 down consistently now, and they're able to get back in, but now the penalty is applied, and now they have to find a way to get back into this. Hopefully, for their sake, 129 doesn't lay it on them to just absolutely make sure they never get back. But that they don't yet, because Artifice is able to claim, control of his own pretty quickly.
Yeah, Artifice doing a great job of being able to break back in here. Definitely seeing some new life from them, like I was saying. I was looking at teasing them before. I think it can't go enough without saying that this is like the crab map. And look at those additional tools, right? If you get a Booyah out at just the right spot, that'll just enable you to push even that much more further forward. And 129 here is at a spot where they're going to have to get their specials up. They're going to have to align these in such a way where they're going to be able to actually count the zone and take the space they need. We do see that S-Blast pop up on the left here, trying to find an angle on the back lines of Artifice. So far, looking to stall it out. We do see that flip go in their favor, but that's so anyone's game right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd hope it ends up flipping because, that Booyah Bomb on both ends, Yeah, I'd be pretty upset if I invested 2 Booyah Bombs that I didn't get the flip. But, Bounce staying alive with that Kraken, at least getting one at the time. And now Artifice is sitting pretty because they got the zone back, because despite investing 2 Booyahs, that doesn't guarantee that you get to keep the zone once you get it. But what does guarantee that you keep the zone is making sure you get the proper picks that you need, because 129 is getting 3 down on the side of Artifice, and it's looking pretty good. They've got themselves set up. They're popping their crab. They've got their sniper right here up on top. It's like, you said, just getting that crab. The crab is the place, is the special to have on this map. But, Artifice is still able to make it, break through their armor.
Yeah, it seems like it so far. Oh, catching the pen out here in a really awkward spot. I almost was expecting them to fall off the map, I won't lie, with how they were jumping around.
I was like, no, not again.
And honestly, I don't think that's going to be the trade you necessarily want to see if you're a fan. Like, your team needs to go for the cooler and the paint control. So maybe not the time for style plays here, but it looks like 129's going to close out yet another game in their favor. The members of Artifice kind of hitting a little bit of a bump in the road at finding that cap they were looking for.
Yeah, I blinked and I missed it. wow, those points tick down like it was nothing. And it's like I said, I feel like once they got set up, it was harder to break back in. But it's like you said that one time, it's like, yeah, you can get them off those important spots, but then now you have to also deal with getting the zone once again, and then also making sure you clear everyone out. It's such a hard map when played correctly to really get back in, because it requires so much out of you, and Artifice didn't have enough in the tank.
And it really sucked too, because I would argue that both teams kind of owned roughly about half the match in their favor, and were able to even deny pushes from their opponents on top of it. That first half of the match was really Artifice's game, but then the latter half, arguably the half that kind of mattered more at the grand scheme of things, because you have access to overtime, right? That was in the favor of 129, and they were able to carry it through to the very end and get that victory they needed to close out the game. And I mean, if I'm Artifice right now, I'm trying to think what can we do to really just deny some of these players the control that they're just getting over us. That pen, for instance. I mean, all things considered, they've been making some kind of big plays in their own right, and I think if the team as a whole can come together to shut down certain players like that, it's gonna really make a world of difference.
Yeah, and it's definitely, especially 129 on the pen, and also Mickey. I feel like those have been the big two offenders that we just keep seeing on the cams, doing something wild every single time, just completely impressing us. And they do need to find something. I mean, I don't care if it's just four-man run at Mickey and hope he goes down. And it seems like they're trying to do that right now, but Mickey's just overpowering them. I mean, they're just walking one-on-one. And whoa, Mickey, get a fourth, please, please. Oh, that's an assist. That's not a kill. No, it's the Mickey show right now. Mickey Mouse Disney Channel. But, we see a very strong start on the side of 129, but they still don't have a clam, because they haven't built up anything. There's 2 clams. They had 2 clams to their name, and nothing else to show for it. They're just playing team deathmatch for the sake of it, and I know Mickey definitely is, because, I mean, stat padding those numbers, so nobody's really counting stats for this event, but Mickey's definitely keeping account.
Yeah, I don't blame Mickey for probably doing that either, but definitely an interesting crab tank, but hey, it's actually done enough to distract the members of 129 from gaining as much control as maybe otherwise would have liked to. 129 starting to reorient themselves back towards basket instead of that right pit, and Artifice attempting to do what they can to play with the time that they've found themselves getting some key specials out. A couple members of 129 going down, now leaving just the pen up. It looks like they're not going to get the push that they were originally thinking they could get. This is going to enable Artifice a chance to finally get something in their favor.
Yeah, and it's that's so disappointing. I mean, with a start like that, you're not getting a push. Now it looks like Artifice has a chance. But now, unfortunately, they go 3 down as I'm talking here, and now there's an opportunity for 129 because they have 90 clams on their back. They just got a tactical. They just doing 3 clams simultaneously. Now it's looking like a real push. That's what we expected to see earlier, and now they're delivering. So it's just sometimes you can't always get Amazon 2-day delivery, but hey, you take what you can get, and now they're 49 points in, and it's still not looking good on this side of Artifice because they're 2 down. I mean, they have a pity clam on the floor, they have another clam, but they just don't have the map control to really back it up.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to find those specials right now. We see this crab take now come out right on the buzzer. It's able to not find a pick just yet, but it's definitely pressuring members of 129 back. 129 now being 2 down. One of their members actually getting weirdly caught out in this pit going down as well. That's a powerful pick because that denies the crab tank for a hot second from the side of 129. And with the Via Bomb also denied too, if Artifice can just play with this momentum, if they can just get this space they desperately need, they can get something going here.
Yeah, and they really do need to get that space. It's unfortunate that they're not able to, despite the Kraken investment, and it looks like they're still just struggling to, really gain their footing. I mean, they've been able to keep their clam economy up, but just can't find that, that Kraken armor to really just push through. Because they're fighting the fix, like you said. They're denying the crab tech, they're denying the buildup of the Booyah Bomb on this sloshing machine.
but it's just we're not really getting into deep into their spawn to really even throw the clam in a desperate attempt. But they do get Mickey, and Mickey is definitely a very powerful person to get. They do get that Kraken. They're hearing me right now. They're able to get another bounce going crazy, bouncing around on this Kraken, and they're able to score in both of their power clams, but they need more than just that. They need 2 more clams to get the lead. 1 more now. It's just 1 more to get the lead. Now they're sitting comfy. But it's not a good lead, it's not a great lead, but it's a lead nonetheless, and they're able to keep them out for the remainder of this 1 minute, and they're able to, they're sitting pretty in this set, but we still have a minute to go, and lock it happened in the minute, plus overtime. So,
I know that a lot can happen, but this is still a really scary spot to be in if you're a part of this. You have this machine here, right? Even though the machine did go down, the machine actually popping off here, by the way. I mean the crab tank here popping off, by the way. Like, the members of 129 have so many tools to just deny that crab tank from being successful. And, wow, okay, hold up. I think Artifice is cooking a little bit. I'm gonna eat my words.
yeah, let's lock in, let's observe. Okay, it didn't really go anywhere.
They were able to throw it in again, which just goes to show, like what I was saying earlier, they do have the map control. They did get those 3 down, and they just have the space to really do that. But now 129 getting a little desperate, getting a little bit antsy. They do have stuff. Honestly, I would argue because of that, push that didn't really go anywhere. You're not really pushing your points. You're not pushing your lead. Now you've got a pity clam on the ground for them to deal with. I mean, luckily for Artifice, they're just shooting. They're shooting their shots. They've got it down. I don't think there is. No, they just picked up that pity clam. Now there is 2 down. If they're able to get one, then get the other, which is a real possibility. They do have. Oh, I was about to say, because of this Booyah Bomb of bounce, able to get one, able to get the other. That's the power clam. Mickey just ended the battle!
Was that a rage end? What is that? What is that? Okay, come on, bro.
That's the craziest GG Go Next I've ever seen.
Question mark? No, that was a win. Come on, bro.
Can't it to him. Yo, low key though, I'm not gonna lie. The way Bounce just swept in, I would do that too. I'm not even gonna hold it right there because the way we just throw in the Booyah Bomb, you swim into the Booyah Bomb, I'm about to pop this next Booyah Bomb. I guarantee you Mickey pressed the down arrow, or clicked in the right stick of his controller, and then just Bounce swoops in, kills him, and just killed any potential of that push going anywhere. I get it. It's over. It's fine. But, I would respect a rage like that from Artifice, who might not have the mental going into it. Maybe Artifice is sitting here, they're giggling to themselves because now they know they're in Mickey's head. And maybe Mickey's trying to brush it off, They're on a streak. They haven't even lost a map in quite a while. They shouldn't feel this way. But maybe they're just trying not to dwell on it. They're not trying to dwell on it. They're just trying to go next. They know they have opportunity here. It's 1-1. They have momentum. But I think Artifice is pretty happy to see that they're getting in their heads.
A little bit of a background info on that. Apparently the members of 129 are all from France, right? So for them it's 6 a.m. right now, fun fact. So they're looking to just get these games out of the way, which I respect that. If you want to save that extra 30 or so seconds, do what you will with that. Like, the game is over.
Yeah, the game is over. Just how quickly it is I get it. GG's. I think there was one person still left alive. They had no faith in that last person. They were like, it's fine. We'll get them back on the next one. It's like, no, it's a little plan. But yeah, we see Artifice clapping back. I think, maybe that is a factor, that 6 a.m. tiredness is really getting to them. Artifice is finding that footing.
Yeah, no, for real. And I think that win, even though it was a bit tighter than maybe Artifice even would have wanted it to be, it's kind of enabled a new wind of energy behind them. They're getting a lot more key picks consistently along the board. They were able to get a push to 64 remaining. That's not like the safest push in the world, but it is something, especially in the first half of the game. And coming in here, as long as they can play to their specials, their advantages, I think that they'll be in a happy spot and be able to continue to hold a lead of some kind.
Yeah, and I think they will, but it looks like 129 is pushing this checkpoint back into a scary situation. Mickey trying, oh, I was about to say getting adventures, but actually just setting up a layup for this sloshing machine to go in, but now there's a crab being popped, and this crab really has to do something about this tower to make sure it doesn't start rolling back slowly. Oh, where did you come from? This splash on the side of 129 came from absolutely nowhere, at least from our POV, and it's now just pushing, helping push the tower, sitting on the spinner, helping push the tower past the checkpoint. That's checkpoint 2, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
And now 129 has the possibility to end up this game if Artifice don't wake up and do something about it.
Yeah, absolutely, and Artifice seemingly so far kind of struggling to gain control of the tower here. Milky doing a great job of just zoning it out there with their, looks like, what weapon are they on right now? I can't tell. Did they put Milky on the map? Milky. Or Mikey.
Mikey. Oh, actually that is a great question. Oh no, Mikey's on Rapid Pro Blaster Deco, I think. At least that would be consistent with what Mikey's been playing this entire time. So yeah.
Yeah, and Mikey getting a clean double there from looks of it too. So props to them on that. It seems like the members of 129 like have decided that Artifice's base is kind of just also their base. Like they're like, well, we need more room now. We need to like move out a little bit. You know, we need more space. We live in large out here.
Yeah, this apartment's kind of small, so we need to move into at least a townhome. Yeah,
Both sides of it.
Both sides of it. But they're able to actually get the tower to the middle of the map, which is something they haven't been able to do for the past minute. And now we see the two tacticalers sitting together. They're having a nice, cute little date before one has to leave early, and because it's past their bedtime, just like these French players. But Artifice getting a bunch of picks, getting 3 down at the mercy of, or not at the mercy, but you know, at the cost of PETA's own life. But it's an opportunity for them to get it out of mid, possibly. They do need a few more points to really, you know, get it from this little area. That's the one thing about tower compared to Rainmaker, is that you do need to wait for the tower to get back and go all the way back. You can't just reset it. You can't just wait for it to reset and then start your push. You kind of have to work with the tower here, and it's kind of going against Artifice's favor here. They're 2 down right now, and they were getting some points on the tower, but it's not looking so great because, you know, 2 down, it's not easy to do a lot with so much AoE on the side of 129.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure, and like, even the pseudo kind of double backline they have going on, it's just so powerful at denying space. You have your AoE guy, you have your player who's just constantly painting the ground, constantly shooting out those sodas, enabling the rest of their team to just take those crazy positions for it. Did you see a member of Artifice DC here? It's going to get a bit dicey for the rest of their members, unfortunately. It seems like they opt for...
We're speedrunning.
Yeah, I think we might be speedrunning, I won't lie.
This is the Ctrl+Ink+Delete any percent. This Splatoon tournament has become unresponsive and we can't click anywhere, so we have to click Ctrl+Ink+Delete to try and get some responsiveness out of our tournament here. So yeah, after that DC, they're just like, you know what, it's fine. It's no replay, don't worry about it. They're just trying to move along. They're probably all tired. So, you know, they want to get out. And, you know, that takes us to our game 3. This is a series, set, tournament point for the side of 129. And all they need to do is close this out if they want to go to bed early and sit snugly with $40 in their pocket collectively. So, like, really 10. But this Rainmaker on... Wait, I got the Undertow Spillway. No,
Undertow.
It is.
Yeah, no, you got it.
It is. I got it.
Undertow.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take a step back here. I like want to zoom all the way out. Like, Undertow Spillway is such a freaking cool concept of a map. This is a real life location, or at least is inspired by one. I believe it from Japan, where they just have this massive sewer system under large cities like Tokyo, I believe, where it's just like, they're like, okay, we get prone to flooding sometimes. Like, we get hurricanes every now and then. What do we do to help mitigate stuff like that? And they're like, well, let's just have an insanely ginormous flood system under some of our cities, and it works pretty well for them. I think everything understood. So,
I'm
I mean,
surprised it's just not
respect it.
underwater.
Yeah,
It's Splatoon. It's Splatoon. Supposedly there's flooding. I thought everything was flooded around, but that is such a cool concept, especially an interesting idea for a bunch of squids to go down here. That sounds a little dangerous, but that is so cool. I didn't know about the history behind that.
Yeah, that's actually really
There you
cool.
go.
Maybe
That's
that'd be
a
cool to
spillway.
see. Well, maybe I don't want to be in a sewer system. It would be
Maybe
cool.
not.
Undertow spillway, real life.
I hope next game, Splatoon 4, they give us the New York City sewer system.
Oh, that would go crazy. If they bring back any mammalians, it should just be New York City rats. Those are the real threats. But
Instead
yeah,
of Judd, you get like this stupid scrungly rat. Name him like Jerry or something.
Jerry instead of Judd. I love that actually. I love that so much. But yeah, zooming back in though, how do we feel about Rainmaker Undertow?
Rainmaker Undertow is honestly, if I were to like rank the best Rainmaker maps in this video game, I think this is probably a solid second. Everyone loves their Humpback Rainmaker, I respect it too. But if we're gonna place that one at number 1, I think this is easily a number 2.
Yeah.
There's so many good options. You have the 2 routes. Obviously, one is way more risky, but hey, that risky route does come to play just enough where you always have to keep tabs on it. Like, you can't always rely on your left support being safe. So, yeah, starting off this match here, it seems like we have a little bit of a bloodbath, particularly on the side of 129 as they lose 3 of their members. The members of Artifice looking to just send this Rainmaker home. That machine getting clutch picks, though.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like we might see a checkpoint early, but this machine just kind of came out of nowhere, like a truck going on the wrong side of the road, and just slammed into the Rainmaker and +1, and then +3rd. And now they're looking up for a 4th, trying to see if they can extend this kill streak to something more substantive. Maybe, possibly, end it off with a checkpoint, but it doesn't seem like they're able to do so. Oh, they are.
Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah, in the meantime, yeah, they do still get that checkpoint in doing that play there, like I was mentioning earlier, how you have to keep tabs on your left port and able to get a solid check there. Are they going to be able to necessarily continue to push forward with it? Not yet, at least. This S-Blast here doing the best they can, trying to continue to push, able to get good momentum, and it's going to come down to whether Artifice can defend this range.
Yeah, Mickey definitely, popping that, that Booyah Bomb at the right time. He's able to get the Rainmaker while he's at it, but, the lead. Sorry, I was thinking of that SpongeBob episode, but, the lead is still in the side of 129, and they're gonna have to find a way to, just kind of keep it. And it definitely seems like they plan to. Artifice now, they have to get this checkpoint, but it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to as they get wiped out. And now 129 is looking to get some few more points as we approach the halfway point in this game.
Absolutely. And I mean, everything considered, like either lead could easily be overtaken so far. This machine here, this machine here looking to take a bit of a crazy flank, not necessarily finding value just yet, but they do get a pick on a player there. They're able to bring everything together, connect it all together like nothing. It might be a little bit over. Not yet, though.
Oh my god, put your predictions in the chat if this game is over right now. This is really bad for the side of Artifice. He's still got 2 minutes and 30, so the game's not over, but getting wiped out so close to your base. Oh, that was such a good push on the side of 129. They had the sloshing machine coming in with a good Booyah Bomb and a ventral flank, and then multiple people on the front lines taking it down. That was a really good push, and I honestly thought we were going to see the end of the game there, but, 2 minutes left. It's still opportunity for the side of Artifice. They could walk in right now, and it looks like they're planning to do so as they get a one-man advantage. 2 down on the side of 129 now, and they're going to see if they can try to push this any further, but it doesn't look like they have a lot in the tank to really do it, but they could do something with this Kraken. Now that it's being popped and the Booyah Bomb to get some people off
their upper area, this is a possibility, but this Kraken needs to get a little bit more value before pushing in.
Yeah, look at this Rainmaker, so close, only 4 points away. The Splash-O-Matic here, popping off.
Do it.
All they have to do is inch it. They do it. Oh.
2, that's all. They were able to get it to 2 after all the doom, the doom and gloom I was predicting onto them. They were just locking in, like I said. They were just, you know what, we gotta do something, and this vigor. You know, they still have, you know, mental capacity in the tank because it's not 6 a.m. where they're at, and they're able to, you know, put some pressure into it. But it looks like Mickey and the rest of 129 are really pushing in to try and just get the dunk, because that's what they're gonna need. They need to get this dunk, but they're not able to.
Yeah, that Rainmaker wasn't able to make the turn to that pencil on the top right as fast as they necessarily wanted to, and because of that, what would have been just an insane death trap for the players on Artifice ended up playing out just enough into their favor where they were able to stall. Now, personally, if I was Artifice, I think I would have moved that Rainmaker by now. Letting it sit there, really dicey. It seems like a member of 129 almost barely was able to gain control of the Rainmaker at the last second before it expired. But now it's Artifice's decision right here, right? They have... There's really only one last push that's going to happen, and it's going to be 129s. And look, Artifice is already in the corner here. If I'm 129, I'm trying to figure out how I can get those Booyahs up. If I'm Artifice, I'm trying to figure out how we can get our Splash player in a good position, and hopefully our Splatana player a Booyah.
Yeah, 129 is shaking in their boots. They were doing a really good job holding space, defying gravity there, but now it's 3 down on the side of Artifice, and they only have PETA to really start stopping this, and the Booyah Bomb does exactly that, stalling a little bit more. This overtime time.
PETA did do
He
it!
got a triple? Or double? He got something insane.
That was insane! Ashley, MVP of that map! Just absolutely saving the entire game, throwing the Booyah Bomb to stop the push, then running in, just getting the absolute direct of a lifetime, and stopping that push in its tracks. We're going to a Game 5, ladies and gentlemen, and folks in between. That is insane.
Yeah, that actually is insane. And it's really exciting to consider the context of how some of these previous matches have gone, right? Like, we saw 129 just sweep that first set there as a part of our grand finals. And now we have the members of Artifice coming back just enough, trading off those games. They were able to get the Clan Blitz win. They were able to get the Rainmaker win. And now it's going to come down to who is the warrior, the biggest warrior on Splat Zone's Urchin Underpass. Definitely a map mode of all time, a newest map mode of all time.
You know what? That's the best way to end it. We're on new territory, and I like Urchin Underpass because it really is such a fun map to play on in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It has to be one of my favorite ones just because I like the Splatoon reference. I'm sad you can't play as an Inkling in Mario Kart 8 anymore. Or sorry, Mario Kart World. Really unfortunate. Maybe they bring in DLC later. But in terms of Splatoon, I think it's pretty interesting. I mean, we're back on Splat Zones, and I think this is probably the smallest zone we've seen, or at least the smallest single zone we've seen. So I wonder if we're gonna lock in a bunch of cheese for specifically this. I mean, none of these players have really shown interest in playing a Reef Fighter, but I mean, possibility. You don't even really need to run that much SPU, that much special power up to really, you know, start playing around with some deep dish pizza, if you will.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's all going to come down to this here. I mean, this can be a really snowbally map in the grand scheme of things too. So, I mean, both sides have had their own snowball moments. It's really either's game here, but we do see a few fresh picks, particularly Happy. Happy getting off of the pen and getting on the tablets. What a pick.
Yeah, it is definitely a pick, and I think it's just because we have seen, especially on more of the Japanese scene, that, you know, this map is similar to Flounder in the sense that long-range chargers don't get nearly as much value, but it's interesting to see Happy has that range and depth to play on much more aggressive weapon, and it's starting to look like it's paying off because they're able to start getting these picks as, you know, Artifice is able to get in. I mean, just get happy right there. I mean, my God, we haven't seen this much action coming from the side of Happy when they were on the pen. I mean, I'm sure they were putting in work, don't get me wrong. I was definitely watching this entire set, but wow, this is crazy to see them on the front line and adjust in such a way. Now they've gotten the lead on the side of Artifice, and this pick seems like it's to be working out. This adaptation is really good because 129 hasn't done the same.
Yeah, and I mean, Artifice here seems to have entirely invested in fighting power. Look at how much pressure the Staffles is causing. Like, this is the MVP. If last match the MVP was maybe that Stamper player for being able to end the match, in this match so far, I would say it's been our Dapples player here. They're popping the heck off.
Yeah.
They are going insane with it. And, I mean, they were able to get that clock down to remaining 37. And they already got it right back in their control. 129 has to play to the objective a bit more and figure out a way to get in front of it, but with how divey this comp is from Artifice, I don't know if they'll even have a chance to breathe long enough for it to happen.
Yeah, and it's like, I just don't know what we're going to see next, and like, it seems absolutely insane. We see a Booyah Bomb being popped, and this area is definitely cramped, so we're going to have to see if Sam could do something about it. Will Sam be able to do it?
Really crazy movement from Sam, though. I appreciate how insane they were with those flick attempts. Like, just being able to stall out even for those extra few seconds can be huge. And Artifice, you know what, they're still in control, and now they also got past that penalty. Look at that.
How did that even work? I guess the shot went through the wall before it went down. But yeah, despite Sam going down there and Balance going down there,
the side of 129 just haven't been able to penetrate. They just now made it neutral, but it looks like Artifice is about to win.
Are they? No. No, we're at remaining one, and only the Stampers are just barely getting out. It's not over just yet. I'm not gonna lie, CKK. I thought the match was over. Like, Artifice had so much control for like a minute or so there. And now, 129 here is in a potential lockout position. They no longer have their own penalty. They're just gaining points right now. Even though they do have to find a KO, a true KO, all they have to do is just keep stalling out long enough.
I'm scared. I think this could be it. I think 129 has so much potential here. They have the specials, they have the positions, they have everything, and then not only that, they have time on their side, and it looks like unless Captain Happy can really start pulling out the stops right here, or, you know, use some cheese stuff like this Booyah Bomb, it looks like this game could be over. They're not able to flip 2 down on the side of Artifice. They have to do something, and that's game.
That is the game! What an insane final game, by the way, too. Like, both sides played their hearts out. Like, I know there was a little bit of speed running happening earlier in the tournament, right? Like, okay, let's just get it out of the way. Like, we're willing to concede to that, fine. But, like, they were both legitimately playing their hearts out. They were fighting like there was no tomorrow. And I think that was, like, easily one of the most entertaining matches I've seen in a while. Really even sets, too.
Oh my gosh, like, I mean, what better way to do that? We're going to the reset, we're going the distance, we're going to game 5, we're gonna see some crazy stops, we're seeing maps we really don't see all that often, especially in the Western Splatoon scene, and we even see some amazing last-second swaps that come down to the smallest bit of ink remaining. Artifice has to be kicking themselves, staying up till midnight or just really late into the night trying to fight for this $40 and literally losing it out on 1 point, couldn't make it back in, and as soon as they had the last opportunity, they fumble it. But I'm sure that the side of 129, after taking a devastating loss earlier in the day in Triton Cup, are finally breathing a sigh of relief, letting go of that controller, not even thinking about canceling that match so they could head straight to bed. They're just absolutely happy that it paid off despite the early upset in the bracket. They were able to pull it off, get a win for the day, despite putting all in. And if that isn't more of an opportunity for you to keep going, I don't know what is. I'm thinking of the gambling meme right now. You know, 99% of gamblers quit right before they make it. And in 129's case,
they kept fighting all the way late into the morning. The sun is rising right now, and they finally got the gold that they were looking for.
Agreed. And I mean, you were talking earlier about how Artifice is probably mostly at midnight right now, and they're like, man, I just want this to be over. Like, give me that win. Like 129, they're mostly, if not all, French. So like, it's like 6, 7 a.m. for them right now. They're probably like, you know what? At least me staying up this late was worth it. At least
Yeah.
I'm walking away with that win. I'm walking away with
Exactly.
whatever the USD to Euro conversion is of $10 a person.
I think it's about even. It's about €10. I think you're sitting there about €10. So it's like, yeah. I mean, absolutely. It was really a game of who wanted it more, and it seemed that that really pulled it out. But I really want to give a lot of props to the side of Artifice playing with everything, especially Captain Happy on that last map. What a
Completely different, like, I can't believe that was the same person. That mental switch to go from playing such, I mean, Captain Happy is a very good pencil player, good charger player in general, and to go from that to just an insanely cracked out Dooley, I didn't know you had this in you. And PETA doing an amazing job clutching up, especially on that fourth map. And we've seen balances consistently, pulling out all the stops on the 96 of the Kraken. Sam being an amazing support with some amazing movement. Unfortunate second place, especially going late into the night on this very long tournament, but they just played their hearts out, and they gave it their all, and they gave us an amazing show, an amazing run. But yeah, at the end of the day, the winners write the history books. And 129, yeah, amazing work.
Agreed. And I mean, that's gonna, I think, mostly do it for tonight as we wrap up Ctrl+Ink+Delete's first edition. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for joining, and thank you all to all of those who also competed. Definitely a little bit of an experiment here, but we're looking to, of course, continue to innovate and push forward with the tournament best we can. And it's been a great time, and I'm really happy that we were able to have such a close set closing out the night too. Like, really can't say that enough. Like, big kudos to both Artifice and 129, and then also all the other teams that played tonight. Definitely want to pat you all on the back. It was very fun to watch.
No, yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for putting on this amazing tournament. I'm very excited to see where the rest of this goes on with future tournaments and the potential invitational. So don't go anywhere. Don't think that it's just a one and done venture. We're looking forward to seeing so much more here.
Absolutely. But in the meantime, CKK, where can everyone find you?
I'm not too front facing. Thank you for asking. However, if you do want to see more of me, I do a lot of stream broadcast stuff. So check out tomorrow CCA's Booyah Bowl All Stars Edition. I will be helping out on production with that. I will also be helping out on an EU monthly for the most part, on Champions Cup, also a brand new up and coming tournament with a $40 prize pool, coincidentally. So feel free to check that out on Sunday as well at 2 p.m. And in general, if you just want to keep up with anything and everything Splatoon, feel free to check out Broadcasting Esports Every Play and everything that you can check out. As for you, though, Omazen, where can people find you?
I mean, first and foremost, like, CKK, I'm in the same boat as you tomorrow. I'm also going to be helping out and leading some of the production. And looking forward to that with CCA's All-Stars edition of Booyah Bowl. It's going to be our 4th Booyah Bowl. It's going to be a really good time. We have pretty much every single, like, major winning team or, like, team that has had, like, a really strong, important impact on the whole collegiate community as a whole there. So will be a great time. I believe we're going to be going live around 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, so definitely tune in for that if you're interested on seeing what 5 years of collegiate Splatoon looks like. But yeah, outside of that, you can also find me at Omazen on Blue Sky under our broadcast beat as well, where we're cooking out a lot of great stuff. And yeah, that's mostly it. Also, of course, look forward to additional projects here from Original Message Deleted. And with all of that said, that's going to be it for us. But we do have one final message from big head TO of Ctrl+Ink+Delete. himself, Butters here.
Hey all, I just wanted to come in here and say thanks to everyone that's currently watching. We appreciate all that you do for us. Just sitting here watching us gives us a great feeling out here. Us at the in the back doing all the extra stuff. We appreciate everyone that came out today and that played and dealt with the little bit of hiccups that we had to deal with today. To any players that are currently watching, or even people that were just had some stuff to say, feel free to throw it in our feedback. We're always looking to innovate and open up new channels, just get stuff working a little bit better than it currently is, and we appreciate your feedback. Other than that, congratulations to the team that won today. We're going to be hopefully seeing you at the Invitational. We're still working out a few of the details with that, but along with that, due to how the format works, we're also going to be inviting Tito enjoyers to the Invitational, since they did take a game off of our current match winners. So we're hoping to see both of them show up and play again in our Invitation. But other than that,
exciting.
other than that, that's been all for us. We appreciate everyone here, our commentators that you've just heard signed off, and our person behind the screen doing all this stuff, make the stream work in the back end. But more importantly, we appreciate everyone here who played and is currently watching.
Yeah, thank you all for watching yet again. We will see you all later, and peace out and have a great rest of your night.
Good night. Get some sleep.